Yes.
So before going ahead with the content, there is something which we can test priorly, like what exactly you can say uh, prior understanding of complaint management you feel like in yourself, because right now the focus is to train you so that you can train your team. So first we have to understand what is your view or your perspective towards managing a complaint, or what type of skill sets you think you need to have in you to manage complaints. So first one is like uh, your complaint handling skills are effective in which particular area. So you can try by yourself, like what do you feel like which particular area of yourself has to be strengthened up so that you can handle complaints in your organization easily or effectively. You can try guessing, then we'll discuss on this.
Um, sorry, I'm very from a quality background from QMP, very good at 5 Ys and 8D execution. However, my team is not as good with those tools. So sometimes going into meetings with that team of people, it's very difficult. It's like pulling teeth to try to get them to understand the concept. And I've been through training with them over the last several months on some YouTube training I found that was very effective on 8D and 5 Ys and why we do the exercises. Um, but a lot of people within the organization have been there for 20 years, and they don't understand what we're trying to drive at. And me being new, they think I'm attacking them, but I'm not attacking them. I'm driving at where's our process breaking down. It's not the people that are the problem, it's our processes. So trying to get them to understand that is more of a hurdle than the tools themselves, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely right. So you have triggered up to a very right approach. Like there is like from the complaint handling point of view or any other, if you want to make a system effective or change, there are very important part like in people and processes. These two are very key important. Like one is through processes, you have to build a behavior or mindset that how you have to handle such type of situation in your organization. So that particular thing comes from the processes. So first you have to strengthen the processes of your organization, and accordingly you have to. So here if I talk about the effect complaint handling skills which you need, the one is you have to have an understanding of the processes, then processes in terms of outside processes as well as the company inside processes. Like internal processes you have to understand first, and you have to see where you need improvement. And there are certain benchmarking you can do from the outside industry, how these people are managing the this type of you can say complaints in particular domain area. So that particular understanding of outside benchmarking, and then implementing that by outside benchmarking into your internal processes. So by that, once you make the difference, people will understand, they will understand, yes, why this particular thing is important. You have to also showcase that why that particular action is important or process is important to reduce down this you can say any gaps are there or any defects you are getting from the quality point of view. Okay, one is your people and process. Then sometimes we have you can say presentation skills are also very important, because you have to uh, take the inputs from a particular complainant. You have to present it to the management. You have to again you can say read it or understand it in a way so that you can attack on the right area. Okay, so these are few uh, skills. Apart from that, if you see, one is like your information gathering skills. Okay, here we are talking about skills like how to handle a complaint. So one starts from your once a complaint is raised, then after that you have to analyze it. But after analyzing, you have to prepare a preliminary information requirement, and then based on that, what are the proper you can say information gathering tool you use. Sometimes you have to with the customer, multiple complaints are coming, so you have to understand what is the root cause of that particular complaint. So you have to start gathering information through that particular customer, or you can say pool of customer. So you have to prepare a particular surveys. Okay, that through survey you can gather information, and ultimately you use that information in your complaint handling or managing approach. Okay, so these are the few skill sets which one should have to deal with the complaints or handling complaints, or I can say that improving the processes in a particular system. Okay.
Yep.
So now again, the next thing is there are certain like skills which we have talked about in this process is something again. This skills should be measurable also. Okay, like if you talk about processes gathering, so you have to have a proper understanding, like there are multiple processes in your system, so you have to have a like in which particular process the gap is there, so you can measure that there are 10-20 processes in which you have to identify in which particular process gap is there, and accordingly you have to streamline, or you can say you have to understand what is the severity level of that particular complaint, and after solving that complaint, or you can say after solving that improving that process area, where you will be leading. Okay, so it should be measured in a particular way. Okay, and along with that, when it comes to other tools and techniques, like even in case of information gathering, you have to have a proper you can say standards prepared. So against that only you need information. Sometimes while information gathering, you will get unnecessary information also. So you have to see, you have properly channelized the information gathering process or streamline that particular system, so that you can get what exactly you want from the data. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and what just want to understand what exactly you feel like wherein you need to strengthen, but like you have a technical background, you know quality aspects. The process you have already said that there are process understanding also. Now your management is, or your company has to understand that particular gap. Now apart from that, out of these things, like do you feel like there's one example I can give, like standardization from the market. So do you have that particular exposure also, wherein you have seen other industries, other multiple you can say organizations, wherein you have seen multiple different type of standards, so that we can talk about that standard, and we can see where exactly you found that the processes are in a way where it has become effective. Sometimes there are certain processes in an organization wherein the processes will increase the time or increase the efforts. So according to those increased time and efforts, effectiveness is at the like it gets reduced. So you can also talk about your prior experience in that particular area if you have some.
I mean, the industry that I'm in now, comparatively the industries I've been in the past, are
Okay.
definitely two different. Totally, I was in extrusion, polymer, chemical industry for 5 years before I came to this business, and this business is something so new that I've only been there close to 6 months and trying to learn, not be a subject matter expert in all of the processing, but really being diligent with the time that's spent on the floor and learning from the key resources of enough to be dangerous but not be a subject matter expert, because it's not my role to be a subject matter expert in everything that we do, but it's my job to understand what can affect the product quality. But I'm only in the building for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I'm not seeing every single case of something that can happen wrong. So trying to cross over my time to be able to spend time with third shift and spend more time with second shift, and on days, but trying to spread my day where I'm able to be diligent and spend the time with the others that don't have a lot of management presence on their shift, to try to help get me to where I need to be comfortable, to understand if I'm getting the right root cause to the problems. Because, like I said, I'm not the subject matter expert, but I'm the one that has to come up with the technical answer to the customer complaint at the end. So if I'm not knowledgeable of the process or of the materials, I need to make sure I'm getting the right team involved to make sure that I'm not being set up to fail or given incorrect information.
True. So the basic, if I say from the basic point of view, the industry difference will be there. their only thing which you will be needing, like managerial skill you already have. So I don't think managerial skill need to be improved. You have rightly said that you have to not involve in each and every activity. You have a particular team, and your team should be you can say aligned in a such a way that each and every domain area of your business, I can say that each and every segment of your business has to be covered through your team. So if you have a particular like you have targeted this complaint handling you can say work. Now in this particular thing, you have to see your team should be divided in a such a way that at least that team should understand a specific segment of that particular business in much more detail. So that technical requirement your team can fulfill. You have to see how you have to manage that in between the complaints throughout these one segment to other segment. Sometimes what happens, a complaint from a particular segment is also affecting the other segment also. So that integration you have to understand from the top and the bottom. Team has to understand that each and every segment in a, like suppose if I talk about a manufacturing industry wherein sales related complaints, then there is sometimes we have a complaints related to the quality of the product, sometimes the durability of the particular product, sometimes the complaint is related to. So if you have to segregate, like who has to take care of manufacturing related complaints, who has to take care of your sales related complaints, who has to take care of your you can say delivery related or your handling related complaints. So all these things has to be segregated in a such a way that you by like at your level it has to be collated, but at your team level it has to be given in a such a way that each and every person first have an understanding of that particular segment, and then based on that resolve complaints, and ultimately you being a center of you can say excellence or COE, we can call it in our most of the systems. We have a in organization we have a center of excellence, so that particular person will take care of the other sectors in a more effective manner.
So
Okay.
within empowerment, I think this business that I'm in now, I've noticed that there's people don't feel empowered to make change and to be effective in their due diligence on identifying the true root cause. How do you change culture for empowerment? Have you with
So that, yeah, so that always depends upon how the particular organizations you can say behavior is, like the top management, how these people thinks, and accordingly. Now to empower your team, you have to give you can say proper uh, delegation delegation of work to them, and along with that you have to give them authority to take decisions as well. So in most of the organization wherein people fail because of this, that empowerment is not given because the decision is centralized. So suppose if in your case also, if you want to build a team and you are starting a team and you take all the decision by yourself, and you will not allow your, like I have given an example of segments. So like suppose sales related complaints is somebody from your team is handling, but each and every small decision you want to take, then in that case what will happen, the level of motivation of that particular person will decrease, the accountability will decrease, because people will think like accountability is with my head. So always it will be like he will not accountable to a particular task. So to increase the accountability, you have to give decision making authority to a certain level to specific team members also, and ultimately once that particular system is inbuilt, then the you can say empowerment will automatically build at each and every level. And once it is done, then organization can you can say as a whole it can grow. Otherwise it will be a centralized one, and then there will be a very difficult situation for others to perform as well in that particular organization.
Okay.
I hope I have responded it in like what you were what was your question against that.
Yeah, it was just more of it seems like anytime I say to a team, to a cell leader in a department that okay, here's the problem, go to, either bring the team to the meeting for the investigation meeting for the 5Y, and if you don't bring the team members along, then you own this to be able to do the 5Ys with your team. I'm telling you that, and they're like, well, that's not my job, and I'm like, well, I'm telling you that this is a top priority. This failure came out of your department, so we need your help to get to the true root cause. If your team's not here, we can't We can only dissect the data and look at the paperwork. We don't have their point of view, so it's very difficult to get to this next step.
Absolutely right. So that is where the root cause analysis, when we have to perform the root cause analysis, we have to have all the respective team members, or you can say segment leaders who are belonging to that particular segment. Because when you go in detail, because whenever you want to perform a root cause analysis, you have to go in much more detail, and the presence should be very required. And if that particular team member is not giving his 100% in that, or you can say accountability towards that particular task, in that case we have to like first of all we have to educate that team leader that this is like under your team, these are the particular complaints, like either we hear from them, or else you take the accountability, which is the one which exactly you have said, that you ask the team leader to take the accountability of that. But along with that, we one thing which we can do is we have to make them aware with the implications, or with the you can say negative impacts of not giving inputs to you, or not giving right inputs to you. So that implication, once the implication comes in picture now, then the complete picture gets converted into you can say smooth running. So whenever you say that this is why this particular thing is required, and if you are not doing, then the implication would be in this particular manner. So whenever you convert that thing into implications, ultimately those team members will start, either they will start taking accountability, because now they have linked to a particular you can say sometimes we also convert that implication into a cost impact. So when it is linked to a particular cost impact, ultimately the person will feel like yeah, he has to either take the ownership, or he has to get others to take the ownership, so that the complete you can say right information should go to the right person. Okay, now let's move theory part of it, and then we'll see some situation based scenarios also will go through. Okay,
Yep,
so I hope my screen is visible to you.
it is.
Yeah. So let's start from what are our learning objectives. Okay. So once you complete this training, or once you complete this curriculum, you will be able to define what exactly complaints are all about. Sometimes what happen, there are multiple sort of different. So you have to see segregation, like what exactly a complaint means to you as a or your organization. Sometimes there are some complaints on which you are spending your time, but exactly it is not impacting your business, or it is not directly impacting any uh, your culture of that particular organization. So you have to segregate in start itself. Okay, what is a complaint is all about. Understand why customers complain. So after completing all this, you will also understand why customer is complaining, what is the root cause behind that particular complaint. By segregation, you will understand in what particular segment the complaints are more. That analysis, as a manager or as a head of the department, uh, at the end of the year, your target should be like uh, in a particular year there are a lot of complaints which has came up. Okay, and there's a lot of segments, so you have to perform that analysis wherein which particular segment is having more issues. So you have to see that. Then you have to prepare your proper you can say analysis on that particular domain, and what is because of that root cause, what actions management has to take, so that the complaints will reduce in that particular area, and ultimately the organization objective meets the customer requirement. Okay, describe the components of an effective complaint handling process. So we'll see how to handle a complaint. We'll see what are the components of handling a complaint, how you have to start and how you have to end a complaint. So we'll also talk about documentation required. So like to start to initiate a particular, or even in between when you are investigating, what type of various documentation is required, how to read that particular document, which particular document is very important, like what type of standards you have to follow for investigation. So those documentation requirements also will understand. As I mentioned earlier, also tracking is very important, so that you can prepare the trend analysis. So once you track your complaints in an effective manner, you are able to, at the end of the month or quarter, or you can say year, you are able to make management aware about the trend. So based on trend, the management can take decisions, like, because every time, like whenever you start solving a complaint, or you investigating a complaint, after solution there should be some cost linked to it. Like to resolve that complaint, there should be some cost to it. Like either management has to take a particular decision to improve something. So beyond that, against that, there is a cost implication. Now against that cost implication, what exactly output you are getting from the, or you can say profit you are getting from that particular action or activity. So that is very important to understand. Like through that improvement opportunity which you have identified through your trend analysis, is that particular you can say opportunity is feasible from the financial point of view. So those decision has to be taken by the management, but for that you have to give them an input in terms of trends, in terms of cost implications, in terms of benefits which you can get. And sometimes there are like cost of solving that particular or resolving that particular issue is so high that the benefits are low. So in that case, management has to take a decision. Okay, you can carry on with this particular, but manage in a particular different manner. So that is where it is very important to track, perform the trend analysis, and identify the continuous improvement activities, or you can say process gaps in your case, and you can update your management. So whenever you come up with the facts and figures to in front of management, then they will feel more, you can say, uh, more interested in that particular decision making. If you simply come up with a particular scenario and you explain that scenario without facts and figures, the person will not feel like taking a decision or supporting that particular you can say continuous improvement opportunity. So for that you have to properly give them a facts, like the cost implications, that the benefits out of that particular thing. Okay, understand how a more professional approach to handling complaints in an organization and can deliver benefits in terms of increased customer satisfaction. So ultimate goal is what? For an organization also, ultimate goal is your customer satisfaction. So to have that particular, to reach up to that particular level, you have to work on each and every area. So it starts from your initial sales to your manufacturing, and ultimately to the feedback also. So you have to see the proper customer feedback should also come, and based on that particular feedback you have to you can say uh, 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 redesign your processes in your organization. Okay, so anything else which you are also like which you are expecting from the training, like apart from these things, anything else you are expecting from the training also, in terms of expectation? Like one, you have already mentioned that you want to establish a particular processes wherein your team should do. So we'll see how you can, like the last point, which is nothing but the professional approach. We'll see how that professional approach can be adopted in complaint, you can say resolution or complaint handling system mechanism.
No, I think these bullet points will help me drive the program to empower not only my quality team but others in the organization to move toward this the new culture of solving problems as a team. Because one right now it's kind of like I'm solving the problems with assistance, but it's currently the way that the structure of the business is set up is that they're like, you own the process, you are the quarterback, you have to drive, but I don't always have the team engagement. Either they're too busy or they don't know the answers, so then they just kind of go silent. So I need the tools to be able to be successful to get the team
Correct.
engaged and keep them engaged, to solve the problems in a very effective manner and in a very quick timeline, because we don't want a problem to persist. If we don't find the true root cause and fix it, we could have another order in process that could be affected as well. So I think
Correct. So
it's
you
more
have rightly
culture.
targeted. Like, yeah, sorry, you want to say something?
I think it's, changing the culture is one of the things that I need to do as well. But I know that this course can't do that. But the tools in the course I can use to change the culture over the next 6 months or so. I know it's not a switch I can just turn on and okay, everyone's good. It's continual improvement. It's continuing to push and drive to the right manner of doing things.
Absolutely right. So there are two aspects which I have, you can say, I can understand from this. One is the process understanding. Definitely from this course, you will understand the processes, what type of standard processes you can follow. And the other thing is the culture. Now, you are absolutely right that culture cannot be, you can say, changed in a day. So it's always like you have an understanding of that particular process. Now you have to build that interest in everyone, because one of the major reason you have also mentioned that uh, multiple teams are also involved, and when there are multiple teams or multiple stakeholders are involved, so making them interested in that particular, like why they have to understand why this is important. So along with building culture, you have to keep that particular thing in such a way that it will keep uh, increasing the interest of that particular stakeholder. So that is very important to understand. You have to also understand, since there are particular deliverables attached to each and every stakeholder. So you have to understand, apart from that deliverable, that is something which he has to give his 100% on that particular deliverable. But along with that, you have to see how that particular deliverable can be improved by showing him the particular output of this your you can say work. You're resolving this through that trend analysis, through your you can say approach. You can make them believe that okay, if I perform this thing in this particular way, my own deliverable will also improve. So you have to build a sense in each and every domain area that your ultimately your deliverable will also getting improved. So by this, they will have their interest along with your direction, and ultimately, as a joint team, you can successfully deliver whatever product is. So that interest has to be built throughout the journey of your change, which you are expecting in your organization's culture.
Okay.
Okay. So let's now move to the next topic, which is now we have to understand what complaints are about, and how customer complaints are handled in your organization, like in other organizations. So everywhere the approach is different. Okay. Now, so one thing is value placed on customer image, ability to support products and services, value of the product and services. So these are some you can say segregation by which you can understand, like solving a complaint for an organization, why it is important. So why it is important is, like, your products value or services will increase whenever you perform or solve a customer complaint. You will get to know that what exactly was wrong in that particular thing or your product. And ultimately, once you improve the quality of the product, alongside your services to the particular customer is also getting improved. Okay, so ability to support your products and services, image, your brand image, your market image will improve. Okay, and ultimately, the value which you are placing in a customer's, you can say, mind, it drives from all these things. Sometimes suppose the product is very good. Okay, you have a very brilliant, very good product in your this thing, but when you are delivering or providing after delivery of that particular product, the services which which you have to give along with that product is not up to the mark. Okay, and customer is again and again reaching out to you and have that particular feedback, but you have only focused on the product part of it, not to the services part of it. Thing has given another dissatisfaction to the customer. Now he will start feeling disvalued in that particular domain, or in your particular this thing culture. Now ultimately through that he will not come back to you for the particular purchase. So you have to focus on both product as well as the services. Okay, so one thing is for the product you can take feedback, then again the services along with that product, delivery of that particular product, after sales services of that particular product. So you have to think from all the holistic view, and ultimately the aim is to have a customer should feel valued. So that should be the aim. So when a particular customer is complaining, you have to take it in a serious way and we have to respond. Sometimes what happen, you will also see in upcoming slides that a customer is complaining, but technically he does not know that complaint is not a complaint, or you can say that complaint is not resolvable technically. So you have to again, in that case, you are aware that technically that is a process. Okay, technically that is something which should be there, but you have to create a process in such a way that customer should feel valued. At the end of the resolution, you should pass your message in an effective manner that customer should not feel you can say unsatisfied from the resolution. Now, sometimes what happen at the very first stage also, you know that this complaint is not resolvable, but you have to keep on going through the process so that customer should not feel unsatisfied. Okay, or this thing. So you have to see how to manage these type of situations.
Yep.
So now let's move to the next thing, like understanding the complaint. What are the complaints are all about, source of the complaints, benefit of handling complaints, and danger of handling complaints. So in upcoming slide, we'll see in much more detail, like from where the complaints are generated, and like why it is important for us. So as I mentioned earlier also, why this is important to you is to improve the you can say your processes in the system, to improve the product quality, to improve the service quality. So there are a lot of benefits behind resolving these complaints. Sometimes we feel like, okay, this particular area, in this particular area complaints are coming, so by that you will able to identify in your business value chain that particular area is weak, wherein because of your like as I'm given an example of product, best product, but services are poor. So in that case, the only because of that services, your product is not getting you can say that response which is supposed to be get because of the standardization, because of the good value of that particular product. So you have to identify which particular segment or which particular domain is weak in your overall business value chain. Okay, then there are dangers also handling complaints. Sometimes we have for behind the complaints you have to spend money, so you have to your organizations, like that is one of the very you can, in your case, this is something which is right now happening. Like management is thinking that, okay, wasting time on solving these complaints is like wasting of money, wasting of resources, like hours, your resource hours. Okay, now they are not that much serious. So that is something. Sometimes you being a head of this particular, there are a lot of, suppose there are 1,000 complaints, so you have to segregate that these are the complaints which will, if you are putting efforts on that particular complaint, it will definitely hamper your organization's time, resource, or you can say a cost impact will also be there. But now there are other aspects, like you have to identify these things and you have to segregate and either you pass it to third party or any other or if it is not required even to be solved, you can pass it. But you have to understand that the other thing is important, the other balanced one is important, and that message you have to pass. If sometimes like in a uh, 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 usually what happens, we have a lot of, and we forget to do this segregation and we focus on each and every complaint, then the disengagement will start coming. So that disengagement should not come from the management or from the stakeholders. So for that, you have to perform a proper segregation. Okay. I think message is clear from this slide.
Yes.
So in between, anything you want to give from the your part, like the best thing is I can understand there is particular problem statement which you are looking for. So you can come up with the problem statement which you are facing in your organization. We can also discuss about how the other organizations are dealing with that particular problem. What are the management approach? There are two approaches. One is the management approach and one is the technical approach. So it is very important to understand how managerially you can resolve those problems, and where we have to you can say come up with the technical solutions. Okay, so I can help you out with the management solutions. Technical solutions you are anyhow expert in.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's discuss why we have to handle complaints. So there is a greater focus on how complaints are handled by organization. The focus changes from being product driven to being customer driven. The business environment has become more competitive nowadays. Services has become the main, you can say, differentiating factor. So as I mentioned earlier, during this particular, you can say, approach, you have to see what exactly is your from your business. So now this is applicable each and every business value chain. Okay, whether it is manufacturing industry, whether it is a construction industry. So earlier it was a product driven market. Earlier it was only like if you have built a good product, after that, even your product is best, even your services or any other, you can say, sales are weak, but still you are you can say you are having a good presence in your in that particular market. But nowadays the focus has shifted from product to customer, and the reason is the market has become competitive. There are a lot of products, like you can get A, B, C category. Like suppose a person is organization is making a category, but very near to it B category product will be there. So now a person will see, okay, B category product is giving me this much services along with that, so that is more beneficial for me, or that is more comfortable I am with. So this is where you have to understand why it is not only a product which is earlier driving the organization. Now it is your customers who are driving the organization. Now it is the services which you are providing to the customer is driving the organization's benefit, or you can say objective, ultimate objective. Okay, so we should not only focus on the product, we have to focus on customer. And customer, how to focus on customer? Through the services. And these services are nothing but in terms of the product which you are delivering, the deliveries, the feedback also you have to take. So each and every step is important. Not only just delivering the product, also getting the feedback is very important, so that you can improve your organization's, you can say, product quality. Okay, now let's move to the next thing. Like we have understood what complaints are about. Now let's understand uh, the source of the complaint. So now there are internal customers and external customers. So you have to understand from your organization part of, you can say, organizations, or your manufacturing systems, or your firms, you can say, customer base, that who all are your internal customers, who all are your external customers, and by that you have to segregate and ultimately handle those things. Okay, so before going to the upcoming slides, uh, just want to understand, like, if you want to if you want to categorize customer in internal or external, like in your organization, so are you able to come up with some, you can say, type of customers? These are the internal one, these are the external one. Just before going ahead with this, after this slide you will understand, like, what exactly is internal and external customers.
So internally would be anything with the manufacturing or supply chain. I consider the contract manufacturers as internal because they're creating product on our behalf. So I would categorize the contract manufacturing in internal manufacturing. Any inputs to a customer driven product would be an internal customer. And then external customers, anyone outside of the business that would have that are using our products.
Correct. So from the theoretical definition, absolutely, you are absolutely right that internal customers are the customers, like, who are on the floor, like your manufacturing team. And ultimately, if you are handling their complaints properly, you are automatically handling, or your impact should be automatically on the external customers. So always your first layer of, you can say, problem resolve, or solving complaints is, you have to internally solve the complaints first, and then to focus on the external customers. Now, once the internal customers are satisfied, the impact will come on the external customers, and ultimately your overall value chain will be created. In this case, in when we talk about internal and external customers, so complaints, like methodology to handling these complaints may differ for internal and as well as for external. So here, when you are when you are about to prepare a processes for complaint handling in your organization, so once here you can take one lesson wherein you can segregate this particular process for internal customers, like your organization related stakeholders, who are directly or indirectly related to it. Sometimes, like in manufacturing, you are you have small suppliers also. So complaints from those small suppliers are considered as the internal customers. Then there is the output of that particular you can say manufacturing unit is a product and which is getting delivered to a consumer. Now that consumer is nothing but your external customer. So I have given you an example of internal external customer. Now you have to think for both the you can say customers, the system of handling complaints should be different. Or you have to define, when you are defining processes, you have to define a process in a particular manner. Like one of the thing is like format in which that customer has to complain. So for internal customer, the format should be different, and for external customer, the format feedback mechanism should be different. So this is something which you can standardize in when you are preparing the processes. So I
Okay.
think you
So
can
we
relate
have
it with the, yeah.
there are two different value streams, I guess you can say, from a perspective of internal versus external. So external are handled through a CRM system, which is not tied to any of our production. It's a totally separate system for customer complaints. And
Correct.
the mechanism for internal is we have our NCR, non-conforming material request form, and that details, what the problem was, but that's more of a manufacturing problem and accepting a product of use as is or dispositioned, but it doesn't necessarily link to the customer. There's a disconnect in my mind trying to get the culture at the site to understand, yes, the NCR is important, however, we need to fix what's broken on either the
Absolutely right. So
router
what
or any
you are
other
talking about the
things.
NCRs related to the quality of a particular this thing. Now that NCRs are being raised by whom? These NCRs are being raised by your organizations, multiple different departments to for particular you can say defect in the products, or you can say product when product is in a life cycle stage. There are stages. So in particular stage there is particular defect, and which you are identifying through NCR. That is absolutely right. Okay, that is your quality standards. That is not coming under your you can say complaint related to this. That is your quality standards, for which for that quality standards you are having a process of NCRs, and that is your internal company your organization's process. Now when it comes to internal customers, so beyond NCR, like beyond this, like suppose you have to deliver a product, and to make that product there are multiple suppliers, small suppliers. Now if there are certain complaints of those suppliers, now NCRs is for like those suppliers are not giving a right quality of product, right? That is your, because of which your quality of your end product is impacting. So that is your, as an organization you are raising NCRs to for that you can say work. Now sometimes what happen, those small suppliers are having certain issues also from the particular like integration related. So that sometimes what happen, a particular product is good is which is supplying is not getting integrated with the other suppliers material and ultimately your end product. So reverse complaints are can also be there. So you have to see complaints from the supplier side can also be considered in a different manner. So that's why I'm saying that complaints, managing customer related complaints or your end complaints from the external customers, and managing your internal customers should have a different approach. So NCRs could be one of the part of it, but NCRs again is a very related to only to the quality. Now as you earlier mentioned that apart from quality also you are looking to for the improvement. So that is something wherein you can collate everything, and ultimately by that you can deliver whenever, because you are preparing, you want to prepare a processes for an organization. So that is not only from the quality point of view, it is also from the other aspects also. So you can cover this particular part as well.
Okay.
Okay, now let's move to the next topic, the focus of complaint handling system. So it should be noted that complaints from internal customer needs to be also handled effectively. As I mentioned earlier, from an organization point of view, poor handling of complaints from internal and external customer can lead to. So now this is something which is, you can say, if you are not dealing with the complaints, if you are not effectively dealing with the complaints, what type of, you can say, implications you can have. So these type of things you can focus on while discussing that demotivation of those, like your customers. So if you have not resolved a particular customer complaint, once it will, he will complain once, he will complain twice, thrice, but after some particular time, point of time, they will stop complaining. They will not feel like to be associated with it, or you can say they will associate themselves from the, like, it could be external or it could be internal customer. Now here customer you can also treat as a stakeholder. So each and every stakeholder is very important. As a customer you have to treat them as a customer, you have to understand what is their needs, and accordingly you have to satisfy those particular needs. Poor performance in terms of either it could be your internal manufacturing system, okay, wherein if you are not resolving.
Okay, so first let me introduce you about the IIBA, how it is working, what is the certification, and all those information. So from IIBA perspective, you already know that IIBA is an International Institute of Business Analysis. There are multiple such institutions available internationally, and IIBA is one of the very prominent or who did the establishment of the business analysis and do the standardization of that course. And they propose three different courses: ECBA, CCBA, and CBA. ECBA is generally for the uh, people who have lesser experience and new in the field of business analysis, while CCBA is a mature certification. Generally, they need at least 7 years of experience for the CCBA certification, so that you have enough understanding and uh, real life knowledge about the problem statement and work you are doing. And then further you can do the mastery of those concepts and then apply it in your regular work. So that is CCBA, and further most last one is the CDEF. It is kind of mastering the business analysis, where you do the detailed. Uh, so it is quite heavy exam which need at least 15 years of experience in the same field, so you can deal and work as a master of business analysis, so something like that. Now let's coming to the benefit of IIBA professional certificates, as it is recognized all over the world. As it is an international institute, and it is very known certificate all over the world, which has been accepted almost all the organizations all over the world. They also provide a community where you can interact with a similar type of people. Uh, you can engage with them, and you can keep learning with the help of the community. So that is benefit of IIBA professional certification. Then criteria for CCBA certificate, we will discuss it in the further slides. The next is exam application and process, that how it is going to happen, that what is the process to register for the exam, how to do it. Uh, these are the things also we are going to understand. What would be the exam outline, how what should be covered in the exam, which areas will be covered, what is the percentage of different sections in the exam, so that you can plan accordingly. Uh, so all that will be covered in the exam outline. And last one is the recertification requirement. So generally, whenever you get the certificate, uh, IIBS certificates, those certificates will be uh, eligible for a certain period of time. And for recertification, you need to do the regular study, you need the uh, uh, regular effort putting on it, so that you can keep your knowledge fresh and updated. And that's what we will going to cover under the recertification requirement. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah.
So let's come to the IIBA part. IIBA is International, as I mentioned, International Institute of Business Analysis. It defines the standard for business analysis. So
Sorry, can I shortly ask?
please go ahead.
I can only see the very first page on the PowerPoint. Are you moving the PowerPoint?
Yes,
or...
yes. I am moving it.
Okay. I only see the first page.
Sorry, let me reshare. Let me reshare just a second. I shared it again, and I'm moving the slides now. Let me know if it is visible to
you. I can only see the very first slide, and it's not in presentation mode, but I see PowerPoint with all the different slides on the left side.
Oh, got it.
It's not the presentation state. Yeah.
It is sharing issue then. Is it visible now?
Now it looks better. Yeah. Yeah. Now I can see them.
Correct. So this was the slide I was explaining earlier in the previous discussion. It is just the table of content that what we are going to discuss. We are going to discuss about the IIBA. We are going to discuss about the benefits of the IIBA professional certificate. Then we are going to discuss the criteria for CCBA certification or the recertification, what the process of exam the exam application and process for the same, what would be the outline of the exam and the recertification requirement. All these are these we are going to discuss in the next slides. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so first one is about the IIBA. IIBA is International Institute of Business Analysis. The major work of IIBA is to define the standard for business analysis. Reason being, if we do the business analysis, everyone have their own definition of business analysis, hence it was necessary to do the standardization of those business analysis standards. That is being done by IIBA. And how it is being done? It is being done by preparing a BABOK guide. So BABOK guide will work as a Bible for you or as a guide for you to understand all the standard of the business analysis. Okay.
Okay. Will I get a copy of this BABOK guide, because I've never seen it before?
So BABOK guide is ideally you will get when you register for your certification. When you register for your certification, they will also include you as a member of the IIBA, and as a member you will get the BABOK guide from there. BABOK guide is the guide or the book which is being provided by the IIBA to all of their candidates who are applying for the certification program.
Okay, but it says here
on the yourself.
Not yet. I would register right after this course or right after this training. But in the training description, it says this here. I will post it in the chat. Soft copy guide. What's that exactly?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I pasted something in the chat. It says in the Teams chat.
Oh, okay.
Do you see it?
No worries. I see it. Let me discuss about it. If I can arrange it for you. It is not needed for you to refer, but give me some time. I will discuss and will update.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So next is identify the skills necessary to be effective in the role of a business analysis. So this is one of the very important thing for being a business analyst. We need to identify that which kind of skills are necessary to be effective in this role. And these skills are briefly being mentioned in the competency model and self-assessment tool. So that can be done by through the IIBA business analysis competency model and self-assessment tool. Then there is the recognition of business analysis professional. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 types of certification programs which are being provided by IIBA. One is CCBA, then second is CCBA for which you are opting for, and the last one is the CBAP. There is typo in this deck. Last one is CBAP. That's how it is being pronounced. So ECBA is an initial certification, CCBA is a mid-level certification. General requirement for CCBA is 7 years of experience approximately. And for CBAP, it is the most matured certification in the business analysis, which is being provided by IIBA, and they generally look for the 15-year experience for CBAP certification. Next one.
Okay.
Just a second. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Just give me 2-3 minutes. I need to change the room. Is it fine?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, hi, Valos. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem.
Okay. Let's back to the topic. So next is we will going to discuss the IIBA membership benefits. So IIBA membership benefit can be divided into 3 parts: develop the leadership skill, expand your network, elevate your skill sets. So in develop your leadership skill, volunteer with the organization, develop communication skills. That's how you can develop your leadership skills with the help of IIBA membership. Then you can expand your network, because all the business analysis aspirant who want to master that skill are going to join that community via the biggest community of the business analyst all over the world, is being maintained by IIBA, and all the aspirants who are trying to do the certification in business analysis are going to join that community. So definitely you will going to get that benefit by attending networking and chapter events. You can join online community, learn from experts, meet professional contacts. So overall, it will give you all the network benefit which can be taken. And
Perfect.
third one is
I have
elevate you. Mhm.
I have a
Please
small
go ahead.
question. I have a small question. I posted in the chat. These are the requirements for this CCBA certification, and I just would be great if you could confirm me this red marked requirement. Is this professional development of 21 hours?
Yes.
This course here.
Yes, this course will work as a 21 hours professional development in the
Perfect.
no. So there are two things basically. Hello.
Yes.
So there are two things. One is you should be working as a professional, and as you are working professional, so definitely you need to provide a uh, confirmation or reference letter from your uh, senior in the organization, so that they can affirm that you are working in the industry from those many years and you are doing good or great in the business analysis. That confirmation you can take from your organization, your colleagues, your seniors. And apart from that, you will also need the professional development hours. So professional development hours will be considered by considered as this session all as well. So you can consider it.
So
Okay.
So I will get a confirmation from you guys that I have finished this past 3 days. It's even more than
Yes.
21 hours, right? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
That sounds
Yes.
good. Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah.
Correct. So we were discussing the third skill set. Third skill set is elevate your skill set, which you can do with the following things. One is BABOK guide, BABOK competency model, BBC conferences, IIBA webinar series, and online library. So all those are the resources will be provided by the IIBA, which can be utilized to elevate your skill set and keep you updated all the time. So that's how you can get the benefit from the IIBA membership. Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Next is benefit of CCBA certification. So it will benefit both individual as well as the organization. As an individual, you will get the competency, principle, and practice of business analysis. You will participate in organized professional groups, recognition of professional competency, advanced career potential, personal satisfaction of accomplishing a milestone, improved overall performance, removal of uncertainty, and wider market opportunity, helps ensure continuous self-improvement, potential for higher income, recognition for having invested in a business analysis career.
Sorry,
Hope you
on
are
which
aware. Sorry,
PowerPoint page are you?
I am on number
Oh,
6.
because I can only see number 4.
Oh,
So I missed the last 2 slides. I'm on page 4.
I don't know why it is happening, because it is running quite smooth at my end. Let me reshare.
That's strange.
I just reshared. Let me know once it is visible.
Not yet. Are you sharing or?
Yes, I just reshared. Is it still not visible?
No, nothing at the moment.
It is happening because I'm checking my internet as well. It is working fine.
Maybe let me reconnect in this session with Microsoft Teams, because at the moment I'm using the browser version on Chrome. So maybe if I log in on Teams, it will work better.
It might be due to that. Please try it again.
Yeah, I will log out and log in again in Teams.
Sure.
So I will be right back.
Oh.
Okay, I am back with Teams now.
Great.
Could
Let
you?
me reshare then.
Yeah.
I just reshared.
Good. I can see the slide 5 now.
Great. Great. I think it is working fine now. So let's
hope
come
so,
back
yeah.
to let's come back to the topic, that how it is going to benefit the CCBA certification is going to benefit you as an individual as well as an organization. As an individual, you will get the competency in principles and practice of business analysis. You will be able to participate in recognized professional group, recognition of professional competencies, advanced career potential, personal satisfaction of accomplishing a milestone, improved overall performance, removal of uncertainty, and wider market opportunity, helps ensure continuous self-improvement, potential for higher income, recognition for having invested in a business analysis career. So all those will work as an individual benefit for you by doing the CCBA certification. As you also know that CCBA is an internationally recognized certificate. So it is being recognized in most of the organization all over the world. Okay. Now, as an organization, it will work as a professional development, advancement, and recognition for the staff, helps in establishment and implementing of business analysis practices outlined in the BABOK guide, demonstrates use of industry standard business analysis practices, ensures more reliable and higher quality results are produced with increased efficiency and consistency, demonstrates to the stakeholder that business run effectively, enable to identify professional business analysis to client and business partners, improves staff responsibility, commitment, and motivation, demonstrate commitment to the field of business analysis. So as an individual, your organization will also going to benefit via this program for the following aspects. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Next is application and exam process. So application exam process also you need to apply for and pay for the certification. That is step 1. Once you pay for the exam, then you register for the exam. Then when you are ready to write the exam, once it has been done, then you need to prepare for the exam. You can write the books, you can do the self-assessment, you can practice by applying those concepts, and finally you can take the exam so that you can qualify for it. So these are the 5 steps for application and exam. Okay.
Mhm.
Next is who can become a CCBA certified business analysis. So for CCBA certification, following are the requirements from the which are being listed by the IIBA. First is complete a minimum of 3,750 hours of business analysis work experience in last 7 years. So it is like either you should be working from last 7 years in the business analysis work, or if you are working in different domain, then from last 7 hours you have done the work of at least 3,750 hours in the business analysis, so that you have enough basic understanding before doing the certification and strengthen your skills or elevate your skill set. So that is requirement 1. Second is within these 3,750 minimum hours required, a minimum of 900 hours must be completed in each of the 2 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas, or a minimum of 500 hours must be completed in each of 4 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas. I don't know you are aware about the knowledge areas which are being mentioned in the BABOK guide. Are you aware about it?
No, that's why I asked if I can get this BABOK guide so that I can have a look at it and get to know these 6 knowledge areas.
No worries. I will explain those 6 knowledge area also in further slides, and I will discuss internally and arrange that BABOK guide as well for you. Okay. So for
That
now,
would be great.
you just consider that there are 6 different knowledge areas which are being mentioned in the BABOK guide, and following are the requirement for the certification program of CCBA. Okay.
Okay.
Then complete a minimum of 21 hours of professional development within the last 4 years. So it is a professional development training. This training can be considered as a 21 hours of professional development training, so that can be utilized to fulfill that requirement. Then further, you need to provide the references. That references can be provided by your current organization, seniors, your last organization, or whomsoever you work with. So you can take the reference from there and then you can submit it. Then the another one is agreeing to the code of conduct, agreeing to the terms and condition, and finally you need to pass the exam as well. So to get the certification, you need to pass the CCBA exam as well. Okay. Here is the application and exam fee for the CCBA. So application fee will be $125 for the IIBA members. For non-members, again, it is $125. Exam fee in English and Japanese, it will be $325 for members, and non-members it is for $50. And if you want to do it in specifically in German language, then the fees will increase to $770 and $80 respectively. Other fees like exam cancellation fee, it will be $50 if you want to reschedule it. If the exam rewrite fee, so you want to rewrite the exam due to some reason, then it would cost you $250 and $375 respectively. Similarly, for English and Japanese and German, the cost will be different. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, preparing for the exam, the CCBA exam consists of 130 multiple choice scenario-based question formulated from the BABOK guide and must be completed within 3 hours. To prepare the exam, you need to review the IIBA BABOK guide, review the BABOK learning guide found in the online library on the community network. You need to review frequently asked questions on the IIBA website, review recommended resources on the IIBA website, attend training as needed, find opportunities to practice tasks by following the BABOK guide, find a business analysis mentor, join a study group, attend local IIBA chapter meeting, review available study guides. So these are the recommended things which are being recommended by IIBA if you are preparing for the CCBA exam. So you should do all those and these activities will help you to get the understanding of CC knowledge areas which are needed in this CCBA certification and answer the questions during the exam as well. Now let's discuss about the blueprint of the CCBA exam. So in CCBA exam, these are the 6 domain or knowledge area you can see. So all these are the knowledge areas being mentioned in the BABOK guide. One is business analysis, planning and monitoring. 14% of the question in the exam will come from that specific knowledge area. Second is elicitation and collaboration. 12% of questions will come from that specific knowledge area. Third one is requirement lifecycle management, which consists 15% question. Strategy analysis is the fourth one, which consists 15%. Fifth one is the requirement analysis and design definition. It is the this one knowledge area covers the biggest pie, which is 30%. And finally, solution evaluation, which consists 14% of the question from the overall exam questions. Next is the CCBA recertification program help an ongoing professional individual demonstrate commitment to the business analysis profession, ensure that business analysis professional is keeping up with changes in the profession, ensure that the business analysis professionals contribute to the profession. The purpose of recertification, the recertification program support the ongoing professional development of individuals who have attained the CCBA designation, encourage the ongoing professional development of CCBA recipients, encourage and recognize individualized learning, encourage the effort of CCBA recipient to give back to the profession, offer a standard and objective mechanism for recording professional development activities, sustains the global recognition and value of the CCBA designation. Recertification, so IIBA certification to be renewed every 3 years. So whenever you get the certification from IIBA, any certification from IIBA specifically for CCBA, it will be applicable for 3 years, and after 3 years you need to renew that certificate. CCBA recertification handbook and related form are posted on the IIBA website. So how to
question?
Please go ahead.
So I only need to pass the exam every 3 years, or what does that mean? I need to renew it every 3 years?
No. I'm coming on that part as well. So first is IIBA certification. I just want to mention that it will be applicable for 3 years after you pass the exam. Once it is being passed, then let me complete that one. Then I will answer your questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So to ensure receiving all IIBA communication, update your mail in your profile and IIBA website. Check bulk mail folder certificate at the IIBA to your personal address book, because you will get the email from that specific email. Report 60 accepted CDU and submit the recertification application prior to the end of 3-year cycle. So basically, after 3 years, if you want to renew your certificate, then within 3 years, you need to submit the 60 hours of development or the certification which is being completed by you, not the certification, or you have done the training, or you have done some community development thing which is being recorded at 60 hours. So if you submit that 60 hours or 60 CDUs, then your certificate will be renewed. But you need to submit it before the completion of 3 years.
I see. Okay, now I understand it. Yeah, thank you.
Now, from the CDU perspective, there are 6 categories of the CDU. One is formal academic education. Either you took the formal academic education, you done the professional development, you did activities, or you can also submit the self-directed learning, you can submit volunteer services, you can submit professional experiences. So all these can be considered as a CDU. So in the respective category, you need to submit your 60 CDUs. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Our introduction to BABOK Guide version 3. So just for your information, there are different versions of the BABOK Guide. So in the initial stage, when IIBA was formed and those standards were being developed, at that time the BABOK Guide version 1 was being launched. But over the period of time, it will always get improvised. The improvisation need to be done on the standardization level as well. So all those standardizations are being maintained in the different version of the BABOK Guide. And the latest BABOK Guide, which is being published by IIBA, is version 3.0. So previous one was 2.0, and there are a couple of changes or new things which are being adopted under the business analysis standard practices, which are being updated in BABOK Guide version 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is being changed in BABOK Guide version 3 compared to BABOK Guide version 2.0? The first thing is the very definition of the business analysis is changing. Business analysis, the practice of enabling change in the context of an organization by defining need and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. So that is the updated definition of the business analysis as per the BABOK Guide 3.0. So following highlighted keywords are being improvised. Okay. Next is requirement definition is redefined. So number of knowledge area. So if we discuss about the knowledge area, then still BABOK Guide is defining 6 knowledge area only. There is no change, no addition or decrease in the number of knowledge area of the knowledge area being mentioned in the BABOK Guide. It is still 6. The only change which is being happened is the scope of the knowledge area is being revised. So previously, one of the knowledge area is known as elicitation. Now elicitation is being changed into the elicitation and collaboration. Okay. So you will understand in the further discussion or the next in the further slides that what is the elicitation. So elicitation can't be done without collaboration. That's why a collaboration part is being added in the elicitation knowledge area, so that right definition can be done and respective elements can be added in that specific knowledge area. So that's how it is being done. Another one is requirement management and communication changed to requirement lifecycle management. So in that specific part, the definition is quite same. So it's changed from management and communication to lifecycle management, so that we can cover the complete lifecycle of the requirement. Enterprise analysis changed to the strategic analysis. So over the period of time, it is being observed that it is overall strategic analysis, not only the enterprise analysis, because enterprise analysis just explain the way like that it needs to be done on the enterprise level, while It is the strategic alignment. That's why it has been changed into strategic analysis, because it depends that in an enterprise, what is the strategy they are opting for and how the strategic analysis alignment are being done. We will discuss all those knowledge areas further, so you will understand that why these names are being changed or updated, or those knowledge areas. Requirement analysis changed to requirement analysis and design definition. Solution assessment and validation changed to the solution validation mapping. Key focus on change management and strategies are being added. Few new underlying competencies are added, like methodology, knowledge, listening, and conflict resolution. Following parts are being added and the competencies in the BABOK 3.0. What is changing in 3.0? So continue in the continuation of the last slide, new BA core concept model is being introduced so that understanding can be increased. Most important is the addition of perspectives. Perspective describe a specialized discipline within the practice of business analysis. A perspective is a set of behavior, technology, and attitude used by business analysts within their specific type of business analysis work. For example, agile business intelligence, information technology, business architecture, or business process management. So these are all are the type of business analysis work. Either you are doing it as a agile, as a business intelligence, as an information technology, as a business architecture, or business process management. Introduction, why business analysis? So 71% of failed software projects are tracked to poor requirement. $250 billion of annual waste is traced to poor requirements globally. 40% of effort is an average software project is fixing error. Requirements defect account for 56% of rework. $194 billion is spent on software development, and $46 billion is spent on fixing software requirement errors. So you understand that why there is so much importance of the business analysis, because when we dig down the detail, then we got to know that devil is in the detail. The whole thing or the most of the things are going to be failed because the initial requirement was not being crafted in the right way, or a couple of things are being missed in the initial requirement, due to which multiple bugs are identified in the system, or software project completely got failed because requirement were not drafted properly, due to which the created software is not being adopted by the organization. Okay. Why business analysis? A guide to the business analysis body of knowledge to improve business analysis capabilities. So this will work as a guide for you to improve business analysis capability. So the whole business analysis starts with lots of the question. Whenever we do something, then the first question will come that what needs to be done. If that needs to be done, then where it needs to be done, why it needs to be done, when it is needed, how it is needed. So you need to understand all those questions to define the need in the right way. Once you define the need in the right way, then you can recommend the right solution for it. Once you have answer to both of these questions, then you will enable the change in the overall organization. And it is not a one-time job. It is a recursive exercise which needs to be done every time, so that continuous improvement can be done and respective change management can also be possible. Okay. So next question is, who is business analyst? So everyone who perform tasks defined in BABOK guide can consider himself as a business analyst. discover, synthesize, and analyze information. Will also consider as a business analyst, elicit the need from respective stakeholder, will consider as a business analyst, investigates and clarifies stakeholder desire, will also be considered as a business analyst, and finally determines issues and their causes, will be considered as a business analyst. As per the business analysis core concept, there are 6 points being covered in the core concept of business analysis, which are highly connected with each other. So it starts with the need, that what is the need? A need can be a problem or an opportunity which can be taken. Then the next question comes that who is the stakeholder? So a stakeholder is anyone who is defining the problem or who is defining the opportunity. A stakeholder belongs to the all people who is defining it, who is going to affect it, who is going to be influenced, or who is going to influence that decision, or who is going to be affected with that decision. So all those stakeholders, those will be considered as a stakeholder. Hence the definition, a group or individual related to a change, need, or solution. So any person who need change, who have a need, or who need a solution will be considered as a stakeholder. So it comes to the need, then who need that solution, then what is the value of that solution, usefulness to a stakeholder within a context. So it might be possible that there are 3 different stakeholders who need any specific solution, and the need of all these 3 stakeholders is quite different for their respective uses. So that use will define the value for those stakeholders. So hence it is very important to define the value of that need by the stakeholder. So a need can be collectively being put as a value, that what is the value of that need. Then further we can also define that for that specific need, what is the value for individual stakeholder. Then comes the context. Context defines circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of change. So in which context it is being discussed? Reason being, if context is changed, then the complete need, stakeholder, value, all 3 become changed. Hence, context is very important part. By considering these things, the next will come as a solution, that how it is being solved, way to satisfy one or more needs in a context can be considered as a solution. And finally, it draws down to the change, the act of transformation in response to need. So we identify the need, we identify the stakeholder, we identify the value for any specific context, and solution is also being identified. Now finally it comes to the change, that once it is being implemented, what is going to be changed as per the current process, and how this change is going to be adopted. So these are the core 6 concepts of the business analysis, which are interlinked with each other, and any business analysis work need the contribution of all these 6 core concepts together. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Now let's come to the business analysis body knowledge areas. We discussed knowledge areas earlier as well. Again, we are just listing down those knowledge areas. There are 6 knowledge areas: business analysis, planning and monitoring, then elicitation and collaboration, requirement lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirement analysis and design definition, and finally solution evaluation. These are the 6 knowledge areas which are being defined in the BABOK guide. Valon, hope you are seeing the correct slide. I just want to see
Yeah.
you
24,
20.
right?
Great.
Yeah. It
Bravo.
works now on the client. I think it was the browser.
It was browser issue. We can consider it. Okay, let's move ahead. Next is business knowledge. So let's discuss all those knowledge areas one by one. So first one is business analysis, planning and monitoring. It describes the task to be performed to organize and coordinate the effort of business analyst and stakeholder. You understood that point? Please reread those two sentences and digest it. If you have any specific question, then feel free to ask. Let's keep it a bit more interactive so that you can ask your question and feel confident while discussing about the knowledge areas.
Okay. Performed in other knowledge areas. Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So next is output from this knowledge area task is used as a key input or as guideline for task performed in other knowledge area. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever is being done in business analysis, planning and monitoring, the output of that specific knowledge area will work as an input for other knowledge area. As we discussed earlier, that all these 6 knowledge areas are interconnected with each other. So if you are doing something in one knowledge area, then output of that knowledge area will be used as an input for other knowledge area to further strengthen the requirement. Okay.
Okay, so it's mainly like how is it called in English? Like overview of the tasks of the other knowledge areas, and it's just mainly like an introduction to this whole.
No, not like that.
Not
Not like that. So business analysis, planning and monitoring will work the primary thing for any specific activity. So the importance of all 6 knowledge areas are equal. It is not something like that it is less important or it is more important. It is
I
something
see.
like this. All these knowledge areas are connected with each other. There are certain activities which are being divided into separate knowledge areas. So whatever you do in one knowledge area will be used as an input for other knowledge areas so that you can strengthen your requirement accordingly.
Okay. Do you have an example what task could be considered in this first knowledge area? Like I don't know, analyzing the requirements or something. Is this, for example, a task of this planning monitoring?
It is a valid question. We will come to that part once we cover all the knowledge area so that you can see the holistic picture. So I will take the example as well. But before doing that, let's understand the definition of all 6 knowledge area. Then we will discuss it via example. Okay?
Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
The next one is elicitation and collaboration. So it describes the task to be performed to prepare for elicitation, conduct the elicitation activity, and confirm elicitation result. You understand the word elicitation, the meaning of elicitation, right? Or
yes. No, that's
Okay.
fine. I think there are different methods to be used for elicitation, right?
Yes.
But I understand that, yeah.
Okay, great. So we will discuss those methods as well in further slides. So it is a 3-day session, so definitely we will discuss all those methods as well. But for your understanding, in this elicitation and collaboration, the first thing is we need to prepare ourselves for the elicitation first. That what we are going to perform in the elicitation, what are the activities are being done, and on the preparation we also need to figure out that what is going to be conducted to whom it is going to be conducted, and at the end of this exercise, what would be the output of that elicitation exercise. So all these three need to be defined before the elicitation starts, so that you have the right expectation during those during the elicitation, and then you can bring the right result out of that elicitation. Okay.
Okay.
It also explains how communication of business analysis, information, and ongoing collaboration must be done with the stakeholder. So it is not a one-time activity. So if you done the elicitation and you drafted the output of that elicitation, then you need to do the continuous collaboration with the respective stakeholder, so that it will align on the right track in the overall life cycle or overall software development life cycle, and you reach out to the right result after the complete development. Okay. Next is requirement lifecycle management. It describes the task to be performed to manage and maintain requirements and design information from inception to retirement. Okay, you understood it?
I think so. And for the requirements, is it only for a specific project? Is it a software engineering project, or is it more like in general different optimizations in a company or something, not for a specific project?
It could be anything. So
Okay.
business analysis do not define or restrict itself to the software development only. It exists outside of the software development as well. Hence, whenever we are discussing about the requirement lifecycle management, we can see the major application of requirement lifecycle management in the software development. But even even out of software or software development, the requirement lifecycle management have the equal importance, because it covers all those points that the requirement belongs to the whom, what is the value of that requirement, who is going to affect from that requirement, who are the stakeholder, what is the context, what is the value, how it is going to affect the different stakeholder. So all those are the attributes of the requirement. Then we need to define, once requirement is defined on the basis of those attributes, then we need to maintain the complete life cycle since inception to retirement. Reason being is time changed or the respective processes change in overall enterprise, the requirement life cycle will also change, because if something is very high priority on today, then it might become the low priority or not even needed at certain stage of time, because the whole processes are being changed. Right?
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move to the next one. Next one is strategy analysis. It describes the task to be performed for collaboration with the stakeholder to identify the real need and enable the organization to address that need.
Okay.
You got it?
And is it something like in today's, there are many workflows that are agile, right? So you need to check with the different stakeholders, I don't know, maybe once a month or twice a month, and to check the goals and I don't know.
Okay. Let me explain it. So if you read that first statement of the strategy analysis, then you will find that it is quite similar to the elicitation activity. Do you feel so?
I mean, yeah, you could compare it, yeah.
So it is quite assimilating with the elicitation, but elicitation is when you are defining the requirement, and to define the requirement, you have certain questions which needs to be understood, or for which you need to put the answers so that you can define the requirement right. So that is the perspective from which we see the elicitation. But when we read it, the same sentence in the strategy analysis, then it is coming from the broader perspective, from the enterprise wide, that how this decision will strategically impact the overall organization. That's why it describes the task to be performed for collaboration with stakeholder to identify the real need and enable the organization to address that need. So elicitation is more towards inside out, and strategy analysis is more towards outside in. You got it?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I get it. Yeah.
In elicitation, majorly you understand from the stakeholder that what exactly is needed. On the other hand, in strategy analysis, majorly you communicate to the stakeholder that strategically what we need. That's why there is a difference of inside out and outside in. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
It also explains the task to align the resulting strategy for change with higher and lower level strategies to address the need. You got it? With the same definition which we discussed about inside out and
Right.
outside.
Yeah, I think I get it. Yeah.
So next one is requirement analysis and design definition. It describes the task to be performed to structure and organize requirement discovered during the elicitation activity, specify and model requirement and design, validate and verify information, and identify solution options that meet the business need. Now, can you understand that how these knowledge areas are interconnected with each other?
Yeah, I mean they sound quite similar sometimes. I feel like, yeah.
Yes. Generally, so as a first time understanding those knowledge area, it always feel that all of these are overlapping with each other.
Definitely,
But those are have very specific purpose, and they are highly connected with each other, not the overlapping one. So whenever you go deep with those knowledge areas and start understanding it, then you will understand the uh, benefit or the need of defining those knowledge areas separately and establish the connection between all those knowledge areas. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So in requirement analysis and design definition, if we discuss about specifically this knowledge area, then whatever the requirement which is being defined in business analysis, planning and monitoring, and on the basis of that, whatever elicitation and collaboration is being done, all output of all these two knowledge area will be used in the requirement analysis and design definition, so that on the basis of that requirement analysis, after the elicitation is being done with the respective stakeholder, you can design the definition that what exactly is the problem statement and what is the solution being needed. Okay. So once problem statement is being defined and the solution is being identified, then you can define the multiple solution options, that this is the problem statement and that's how it need to be solved, and these are the multiple solution options available to address that pollution, problem statement. Okay. A single problem statement can be solved with multiple solutions. You understand it?
Okay, so you need to also analyze the different solutions and maybe propose the best solution, or I don't know. Is this also part of this knowledge area?
It is not about the best solution. It is about the definition of the solution, because there is a varied definition of the best solution. Best solution may be not the right solution for the organization. Let's take an example that you have a problem statement and you know the best solution of that problem statement, but to opt that best solution, the cost is quite very heavy, which is not being supported by the organization. They want the solution, but they don't have that kind of budget to afford that solution, or it is not worthy to do that kind of investment for that small problem statement. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. But
So
do you
it is like
still need
every
to?
time. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do you still need to, I don't know, to analyze the value of the different solutions, or I don't know, or recommend or make a recommendation then, or how does this work?
So basically, it involves the cost benefit analysis. That is a completely different thing. But I just want to explain you here that it is not about the best solution. It is about the solution options. Reason being, a single problem can be solved in the multiple ways. And you need to choose that what is the best way for the organization at certain point of time. Okay.
Okay.
So let's take a simple example. You are building a bike, okay? And you need to enable the brake system in the bike. Are you with me?
And enable the brake system in the bike?
Braking system, yes. Brake system, so that you can stop the bike.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So you need to enable a brake system in the bike. Now it can be done with the multiple ways. Like you can put the push brake, you can put the disc brake.
Right.
You can put the vacuum brake.
Yeah.
So all these are the solutions. If we ask the question that which one is the best solution, then might be the braking system which is being used in the aeroplanes is the best braking system. For example. Okay.
But it's way too expensive, probably, for a bike.
Exactly. Hence, it is not relevant for bike.
Right.
So, best is not the always not the answer. You need to define the right solution as per your need. That's why we are defining the requirement first. That what is our requirement, and then we will define what are the possible solution options on the basis of requirement and design definition. Are you with me?
Yep.
Great. So accordingly, on the basis of that, you define the solution options, and then solutions is being selected or identified. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Next is solution evaluation. It describes the task to be performed to assess the performance of and value delivered by a solution and recommend action to be taken to realize the full value of the solution. Did you understand it?
I think so. So you need some, I don't know, some tools or some KPIs to measure the solution and see if it fits, right?
So earlier in the last example, you asked a question that how we are going to figure out the best solution for us. So best solution will be identified under this knowledge area. It describes the task to be performed to assess the performance. That you can use as rightly, if you being rightly said, as a KPI. That what is the KPI which are going to affect or which you want to track. On the basis of that, you can select the solution. Okay.
Yeah.
It decides the task to be performed to assess the performance of and value delivered by a solution. So suppose you need to track 3 KPI and 3 KPIs are being tracked by 3 solution out of 10 solution. Then these 3 solutions are right for you. Now on the basis of the cost and other parameters of those 3 solutions, you can select the right solution for you. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Next. Now let's discuss the relationship between these knowledge areas. So this is the relationship of those knowledge area. Business analysis, planning, and monitoring are directly connected with elicitation and collaboration, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and requirement lifecycle management. For solution evaluation, it is not directly being connected. For solution evaluation, you need to come through either one of the routes in all those mentioned routes.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, these connections. Requirements analysis. Okay. Yep. Yep. Good.
Great. So next is requirement classification. So a statement of goals, objectives, and outcome that describe why a change has been initiated. It is known as business requirement. You got it?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
So requirement is categorized into 4 parts. Either is it a business requirement? Is it a stakeholder requirement? Is it a solution requirement? Or is it a transition requirement? You understand the importance of all these 4 categorization? I know it is a heavy session, so you can take a deep breath.
Yeah.
If you know
So the stakeholder, the stakeholder requirements. It's not like a stakeholder analysis, but more the requirements of the stakeholders.
Yes.
The needs. The needs of the stakeholders. Yeah. Because there is also stakeholder analysis, right? Which stakeholders are important for the project or something. But this has nothing to do with the classification of these requirements now.
Sorry, what was your last statement?
The stakeholder analysis has nothing to do with this classification of the requirements.
No. Nothing.
Okay. I mean, I know the business requirements. That's like the goal, the big goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
The stakeholder.
What is the goal? What is the objective? And what is the outcome which is being expected by the business?
Right. The
On
stakeholder
the end,
requirements.
this stakeholder requirement can be the need of any specific stakeholder. If I would take an example, then is a business, I might say that I want to track the PJP of my salespeople. Okay.
Okay.
But on
And
the other hand, as a salespeople or as a salesperson, I might say that I would not put the information about the PJP manually in the mobile phone. You track it directly using the GPS. I don't want to do it manually.
Okay.
So that can be a stakeholder requirement that I'm ready to do that, but I will not able to do it in that way because of following reasons. Got it? So it might be possible that business requirement is there. It is specifically define the goal, objective, and outcome. And by addressing the same goal, objective, and outcome, stakeholders have some different requirements. So that your overall requirement is narrowed down into a very specific pinpointed area. Okay.
The only thing I don't understand, for example, what's the difference between stakeholder and solution requirements?
Okay. So solution requirement mentioned describe the capability and qualities of the solution that meet stakeholder requirement, can be functional requirement and non-functional requirement. So I would like to take an example that you want to track the PJP of any stakeholder, okay, permanent journey plan. So you want to track that. It is aligned as per the stakeholder requirement that do the tracking using the GPS. Okay.
Right.
Now, while we are doing the tracking using GPS, we can do it either on the Google Map, we can do it on Amazon Maps, we can do it on the Azure Maps. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So all these three fulfill the same requirement. But from the solution requirement perspective, I am sitting on the Azure tech stack. Then from the solution perspective, it might be possible that Azure tech stack is more relevant for me. That's why it is not a business or stakeholder requirement, but it is a solution requirement.
Okay, so it's more specific or more how the goal, not the goal, but how the requirement is reached, the stakeholder requirement. So more a specific solution. Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
Specifically, it is a tech requirement. That's what you can say. It is not being asked either by business or stakeholder, but to enable that solution for the end stakeholder, you need to take certain decisions on the basis of tech stack and other such parameters, which is required for the solution perspective to define that solution. Then it will fall under the solution requirement.
Okay.
Okay. Please make sure that whatever the example I am giving, you are not sticking to those examples only, because it is just a small area which is being covered by the example, but the understanding is quite broad. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just giving you the example so that you can understand it in the right. That's it.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Next is transition requirement. Did you got it?
I think so. Do you have an example of a transition requirement?
Okay. So transition requirement is something which is needed for the transitioning purpose. So transitioning purpose is, let's stick with the same example for which we are talking about the PJP. Okay. So for example, as a salesperson, I need to register certain outlets or certain shopkeepers. Okay. Hello. Valo, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay. So I need to register certain outlet, but to register those outlet, First, I need to do it manually. I need to fill the details, person, go to the template, with the detail in the account, and then register it. But over the period of time, we will enable the same requirement with the help of location APIs, which is being provided by different stakeholders, which include Google, Microsoft, and all such organizations. So you don't need to feed that information directly or manually in the application or in the system. You go there and it will automatically pick it. You just need to edit it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So that can be considered as a transitioning requirement. That the previous one is the manual process, but over the period of time, when you adopt the solution or you need to scale up the solution, you can do the transition in the more optimized solution so that manual work can be reduced or removed.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Did you got it or not? Because I feel
Yeah. No, I think I understand it. Yeah. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah.
Let me take that example once again. I feel you are not getting it, so I'm explaining it again. As a salesperson, I need to register a outlet. Okay.
Yeah.
So till the time I do not have the broad solution, so that whenever I visit any specific outlet, it will automatically capture the location of that outlet. Till the time I don't have that visibility from the solution perspective, I need to provide a solution to the user of my salesperson that whenever you visit any specific outlet, you go fill the information and press submit, then it will be registered. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But over the period of time, I made a solution so that whenever my user visited to any specific outlet, it will be automatically being registered in his application on the basis of live location. Okay.
Yep. No. I think I understand it. Yeah.
In this scenario, when we provide that feature, intermediate feature to update the location manually, that will be considered under transition requirement.
Right.
Great. Let's move ahead.
Okay.
Next is requirement documentation. So requirement documentation falls under three parts. It includes BRD, FSD, and SRS. Okay. There are different definition of all these three terminology. BRD belongs to the business requirement document that comprise both business and stakeholder requirement.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then let's come to the FSD. FSD is specifically to the functional specification document.
Functional.
Right.
So non-functional is also part of it, probably, right?
No.
Not?
No. Non-functional will be separate then. In FSD, non-functional requirement is not part of the FSD. It is specifically to the functional specific. It is specifically to the functional requirement only.
Okay.
Then comes the SRS, which includes solution requirement specification. So in this document, it is more towards the solution. The terminology will be like what solution is needed instead of the putting the points as a requirement. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the difference between all these three different type of documentation or requirement documents. Now requirements and design. Requirement leads to design. Requirement may be used to define design. requirement are focused on need and design is focused on solution. Requirement and design could be recursive. A business analyst review design to ensure they align with the requirement. So that's how requirement and design are interconnected with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You can't define any design without defining the requirement.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And any design will not work if it is not linked with the right requirement. So it is clearly the relation between need and solution. If your need is not being properly defined, then your solution will not work efficiently. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Next is a stockholder is an individual or group that business analyst is likely to interact with directly or indirectly. So all these personas can be a stakeholder for a business analyst. Supplier, customer, sponsor, end user, regulator, project manager, implementation subject matter expertise, operational support, tester, or domain subject matter expert. All those can be a stakeholder for a business analyst, because it is a job of business analyst to facilitate everyone to set the right requirement and define the solution.
Yeah, I think I can confirm it. I have contact with different suppliers and with the end users. So I have quite many stakeholders that I need to, that I'm in contact with. Yeah, that's correct.
Correct.
At my daily business.
Great. Then you are on right track.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's come to the competency of business analyst. So as a business analyst, following are the competencies, which include analytical thinking and problem solving. Then comes behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, communication skills, interaction skills, tools and technology. All these are the competencies which must have in any business analyst. Without analytical thinking and problem solving, it would be very difficult to come on the certainty of the requirement. Behavioral characteristics will highly impact the elicitation and strategy analysis exercises. Business knowledge will again heavily impact the requirement definition knowledge area, because without that it would be quite difficult to understand the need of the user. Communication skill is going to be used in approximately all the knowledge area. Again, interaction skill is as equal to the communication skill. You have good communication skill, but you are not interactive enough, then it will also going to challenge you. And finally, right tools and technology to do the business analysis.
What's the number in these competencies? Is it
And we will come to those numbers further in the further slides, so you will get to know that. Okay.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Now let's go one by one. First one is the analytical thinking and problem solving. So as mentioned in the earlier slide that analytical thinking and problem solving, there are 7 parameters which are being mentioned here, which includes creative thinking, decision making, learning, problem solving, conceptual thinking, visual thinking, and system thinking. So creative thinking includes ability to generate new ideas and approaches to solve problem. So once you define the requirement, you know the exact problem statement. Now you need to, as a a business analyst, you need to come out with a creative solution to solve that problem statement which is already being defined. So from that perspective, it is very critical and useful to provide the creative ideas to solve a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Next is decision making, ability to understand the criteria needed to make decision. So if any decision need to be made on any specific thing, then how the decision is going to affect which stakeholder. Do you understand it? Do you able to communicate it to the respective stakeholder that that's how this is going to affect you positively or negatively? That will help you a lot to do any decision. Okay.
Yeah.
Next is learning, ability to quickly absorb new and different type of information. Then problem solving, ability to understand the underlying cause of a problem and use problem solving techniques. Conceptual thinking, ability to understand how disparate information fits into larger picture. And visual thinking is ability to visually communicate complex concept and model to stakeholder. And finally, system thinking, ability to understand the interaction between people, process, and technology. I hope you experienced a lot about the system thinking as we interacted till now, and that's what I got to know, that this might be the most connected you of feeling from the system thinking perspective.
Sorry,
Right.
I didn't get that.
I'm saying that as far as the way I am interacting you and I understand you till now, I feel system thinking is the most closer to you, which you can relate with yourself very easily. Ability to understand the interaction between people, process, and technology.
I mean, yeah, definitely, it's part of it. But the other concepts I also understand. I mean, for example, learning. I also need to absorb a lot of things. Creative thinking is also a bit an important part. So it's not only system thinking, but it's definitely a part of it. Yeah.
Definitely, all of these are very important. None of them can have the less importance. Definitely, all of these are very important. But I was just mentioning that it might be possible that from couple of those parts you might feel more connected because you have done earlier, and for couple of them you got lesser chance, so might feel lesser interacting with those uh, analytic thinking and problem solving skills. That's the only thing. No worries. Let's move ahead.
Okay.
So next is behavioral characteristics. Behavioral characteristics includes ethics, personal accountability, trustworthiness, organization and time management, and finally adaptability. So ethics enables a business analyst to earn the respect of his stakeholder. Personal accountability enables a business analyst to achieve target goals. Trustworthiness helps perception that one is worthy of trust. Helps organization and time management helps perform tasks effectively and use work time efficiently. And adaptability, ability to adjust behavioral style, methods, and approach to the environment. Then coming to the business knowledge. So business knowledge is divided into 5 parts. One is business acumen, then industry knowledge, then organization knowledge, then solution knowledge, and finally methodology knowledge. So business acumen is ability to understand business principle and practices and apply them at work. It is quite common across different industry when we talk about the business acumen. Okay.
Yeah.
But if we talk about industry knowledge, then it might be differ in different industries. So if you are working in any specific industry, then you might have very deep knowledge of that specific industry. But it is not that deep for some other industry. So it differs on the basis of basis you got the chance to work with respective industries. Okay. Then
Right,
comes organizational knowledge. It depends then what is the management structure and business architecture of the enterprise, so that you can understand the organization and perform it. Then comes to the solution knowledge. Solution knowledge is understanding the solution that will help expedite the discovery of potential change through elicitation. And finally, methodology knowledge enables a business analyst to quickly adapt to and perform in a new environment.
Right, yeah.
Now comes to the communication skill. Communication skills consist of four parts: verbal communication, non-verbal communication, written communication, and listening. So verbal communication used to convey idea, concepts, facts, opinion to the stakeholder. So whenever you are verbally communicating those things to the different stakeholder, then there are different way to communicate those ideas verbally itself. So you should have that skill so that you can communicate your idea, concept, fact, or opinion in the right way. When we discuss about the non-verbal communication, it enables sending and receiving messages through body movement, postures, facial expressions, gesture, and eye contact. So whenever you are discussing with your with the respective stakeholder, you need to make sure that your non-verbal communication is communicating in the right way. Your body movements are right, your posture is right, your facial expression is right uh, as per the context of that discussion. Your gesture is correct, your eye contact is right. So that is also an important part. Then comes to the written communication, the practice of using text, symbols, models, pictures, or sketches to convey and share information. And finally, it comes to the listening, enable accurate understanding of verbal communication. So, from the linguistic perspective, it is one thing that you understand what is being said, but from the perspective of understanding, that you are understanding it in the right way, because the same thing can be understood in the multiple ways. So as per the intention of the end user, you are understanding it in the right way is also very important. Next, coming to the interaction skills. Interaction skills include facilitation, leadership and influencing, teamwork, negotiation, and finally teaching. Facilitation is ability to moderate discussion within a group. Leadership and influencing involves motivating people to help in way that enable them to work together. Teamwork enable working with team members effectively. Negotiation involves mediating discussions and resolving differences in a team. Teaching enables a business analyst to effectively communicate business information, concept, ideas, and issues. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Let's move to the next one. Next one is tools, technology, and skill. So tools and technology skills will be office productivity. It helps documents and track information and artifacts. Business analysis helps model, diagram, documentation, and manage the output of business analysis activities. And finally, communication helps perform business analysis activities, manage team, and collaborate with stakeholders. A business analyst uses a variety of software to support communication and collaborate create and maintain required artifacts, and increase overall productivity. Hope you understand all three of them, because it involves lots of the different tools. For example, it might be possible that for requirement management you are using Jira. On the other hand,
Yep.
it might be possible that you are using some other tool. So it differs tool by tool, but from the tool and technology perspective, you should be well equipped for the communication and collaboration tool, using the communication and collaboration tool. Okay.
Okay, I think mostly people are using Jira and Confluence, right, as tools. Or do you have any other tools which are being used?
There are many tools. There are hundreds of such tools. Jira is the most prominent tool, specifically in the software industry. So if you discuss about the software industry, then you might see that Jira is being adopted in most of the organization where cost is not a constraint, because it is a quite expensive tool. So in most of the bigger organization, you can see Jira, but specifically to IT organization. But if you go in other industry, then might be Microsoft planning tool is used more in the business terminologies, because it is more efficient there outside of software world. And even in software world, there are multiple such tools which include ClickUp and all those tools. And if we go in the lower range, then Trello and such tools are also quite popular. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's move ahead. Business analysis techniques. So in total, there are 50 business analysis techniques which are being mentioned in the BABOK guide, which includes acceptance and evaluation criteria, backlog management, balanced scorecard, benchmarking and market analysis, brainstorming, business capability analysis, business cases, business model canvas, business rule analysis. So
I need to learn all of them.
yes, you need to learn all of them.
Really?
Definitely. Yeah. All those are needed in certain way of your business analysis. It might be possible that in somewhere you are using couple of techniques, and in some other things you with some other interaction you are using some other set of techniques. So
okay,
over the period of time, you will feel that you have used approximately all the techniques.
I mean, I think so, yeah. If I read through them, I think most of them I have already used, yeah. But
yes. But the only thing is that you might not be fully aware about those techniques, their benefits, their way of working, their pros and cons, so that you can apply those techniques in the right way and right place. So once you read about those techniques in detail, then you will be enabled to use those techniques in the most efficient way.
okay.
Okay. So that's why it is very important to learn about all those techniques, their pros, cons, and when to use which technique.
Okay.
You will get the broad and detailed information about those techniques in the BABOK guide soon, which is being. I understand that you will read that BABOK guide, so you will understand and you will get the information about all those techniques in detail in the BABOK guide. Should we move ahead?
Sorry?
Should we move ahead?
Sure, yeah.
So next we are going to understand the business analysis perspective. So in total, the business analysis is being done by 5 perspectives, which are being mentioned in the BABOK guide as well. Number one is either agile, second is business intelligence, third one is information technology, fourth is business architecture, and fifth one is business process management.
Okay.
So agile is the fast way of working, or the agile way of working. It is one of the perspective of business analysis, that how you are going to do the business analysis. It is need to be performed in the agile way. Then you will apply those principles accordingly. If it is related to the business intelligence, then you will apply those perspectives accordingly. Okay. Similarly, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. We will understand about all those perspectives in further slides. Let's discuss Agile first. An Agile initiative involves an Agile mindset, Agile values and principles, progressive elaboration of business planning, elicitation, analysis, design, and construction of solution. A business analyst is an active member of an agile team. So basically, in agile way, you are doing all these processes in very small chunks and in the faster way. So instead of picking up the bigger item, you complete that cycle for each item in the fastest way so that you can deliver the result in the quicker way. Okay.
Yeah.
Next is business intelligence. Business intelligence is highlights the characteristics of business analysis in the context of transformation, integration, and enhancing data. Understood that point?
Transformation, integration. Yeah. I mean, so we have BI tools which analyze the data. So yeah, I think I get it. Yeah.
So basically, under this perspective, your core will be data. That how data across the different systems available in the organization can be utilized in the most efficient way to draw down the insight out of it. So to do that, you need to do the transformation, you need to do the integration, and you need to do the enhancing. You need to enhancing the data so that the required insight can be fetched out of it.
Right. Yeah.
Is the transformation of data into valuable information, helps stakeholder make informed decision, helps stakeholder manage strategic, tactical, and operational performance. Okay. Next is information technology. Information technology, this perspective highlights the characteristics of business analysis in the context of impact of change on IT system in an organization. Organization need to undertake initiative to upgrade or replace IT system. A business analyst play the role of a translator between business and technology team in the change process. You understood it?
Yeah, right. Usually I'm between our IT department and we have different doctors working at our hospital, and I'm in between them and coordinating between the requirements of our doctors and translating them to solution requirements for our IT teams. Yeah.
So basically, it is coming in the other way. So, for example, we have the quite strong overall system applications or applications available in any organization. But let's assume that there is a sudden compliance change happen or government changed something. For example, GDPR is a rule like GDPR being introduced. So on the basis of that, you need to make your tools compliant as per the new set of rules. Or if I would take another example, then suddenly the process of business is being changed. In the organization, the way of working is being changed, and accordingly, it needs to be replicated into the available applications as well, software application as well. So that is being done by the under the information technology perspective, that how system needs to be upgraded or replaced on the basis of the changed requirement. Okay.
Right. For example, we have some Linux servers which needs to be upgraded because the operating system is not up to date anymore. So we would need to make that change, right? For example.
Definitely, that is the right example.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next, business architecture. Business architecture highlights the unique characteristic of business analysis in the context of business architecture, involves analytical thinking and applying architectural principle to the enterprise level, support ongoing business transformation effort, could include change to business, operational model, or structure.
Okay. That's the architecture of the different teams, for example, in our organization, or?
Yes. So it includes all three things, which includes business, operational model, and structure. So it is basically marrying between these three items: business, operational model, and structure. So that by including all these three, the complete business architecture is being defined. And whenever a changes happen in any one of them, then it needs to be adopted in the overall business architecture as well. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Next is business process management. This highlights the characteristic of business analysis in the context of developing or improving business processes, focuses on how an organization works across multiple functional areas to improve business process, is an integral part of ongoing management and operation of an organization.
Oh, sorry. Can I mute myself for 2 minutes, please?
No, it's definitely we can take the break. So
a short
if
break
you
would be
feel it
great.
is the right time, okay, then let's connect back at 4:15. Is it fine?
Okay. See you soon.
Okay. See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yep, looks good.
Great. So now we are going to discuss about each knowledge area by one, so that we can understand it. So first one is business analysis, planning, and monitoring. So let's discuss how that concept model will work for the specific knowledge area, business planning and monitoring.
I'm sorry, it's not moving. I don't see a different slide on the PowerPoint.
Oh, are you not able to see 52?
Nope, it's 51.
Is it visible?
Yeah, 52 is visible now.
Now I'm going to 53 so that we can check that moving slides are visible or not.
Yeah, now it's 53.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's come back to 52. On 52, we are going to understand now that how that concept model is working for a specific knowledge area, business analysis, planning, and monitoring. Okay.
Okay.
So under business analysis, planning, and monitoring, a problem or opportunity is defined under the need, then a group or individual related to a change, need, or solution. It is being defined by the stakeholder, either it is a group or every individual stakeholder. Then the value of that need which is being solved, then that value will be usefulness of a stakeholder within context. So whatever the context of that need, under that context, what is the value of that specific value of solving that specific problem. Now, from the context perspective, circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of change, and solution way to satisfy one or more need in a context. Change is the act of transformation in response to the need. So let's discuss about the input, task, and output of each and every knowledge area. So from business analysis, planning, and monitoring part, the input for business analysis, planning, and monitoring is need, internal influences, and external influences. So what exactly is the need of the organization for which we are working? How that need is being influenced either by internal stakeholders or internal influences, or how this need is being influenced by external influences. Then on the basis of that, the tasks are defined. Tasks includes plan business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, plan business analysis governance, and plan business analysis information management. Identify business analysis performance improvement. Business analysis, when we do all those tasks, then following will be output, like business analysis approach. So once we are planning for the business analysis approach, uh, then as a result, the output will be business analysis approach will be defined, and accordingly we are going to work on it. Okay. Similarly, so basically we need to plan everything as a task, and the final output of that specific knowledge area is business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, governance approach, information management approach, business analysis, performance assessment. Because that's where you are defining the approach on which we are going to take the action in the further knowledge area. So whatever the actions is going to be taken, approach should be defined first so that everything works in line. Okay.
Okay. How could this output look like? Is it a document, or is it, or what kind of output is this in these different tasks?
Can you repeat your question?
How does this output look like? For example, a business analysis approach. Would this look? Is it a document, or is it just that I can understand it better?
It could be in the multiple format. We will discuss about those format in the further slides. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's discuss each of the process or business analysis process one by one. So first we are going to discuss business analysis approach. That how business analysis approach, what is the weight? So first thing is we need to work on the input, that what is the exact need which we are trying to solve. Okay. And on the basis of that need, we need to do the planning for the business analysis. And planning include creation or selection of methodology, that what is the right methodology to solve that specific need or problem statement. Then identify the BA deliverables, that after completing the business analysis, what is the deliverables I am going to provide as a uh, work of business analysis on that specific task. That needs to be defined before in the planning phase itself, so that expectations are rightly being defined, rightly being set. Okay. And third, we define the activities and tasks. That what are the activities I am going to perform to achieve those deliverables which are being defined. So basically, we define three things. What will be the deliverable after the business analysis? On the basis to reach on that specific deliverable, what kind of activities or tasks need to be performed? And whenever I perform those activities or tasks, which methodology I am going to use? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yes.
So
Yes.
once these three things are defined, then our business analysis approach will be defined. That who will going to perform, what is the timing and sequence. All those will be the output. Once these three things is defined. So as you asked about the question initially, so it is not about the question. It is not about the uh, form of artifact or document. That which form of document I am going to use. Either it is Excel, it is Word document, it is Confluence, it is Jira. It is not that important. The more important thing is uh, what is the outcome I am expecting out of it. And when we discuss about the outcome, we need to define the outcome on three parts, which include what is the deliverable which I am going to give after this activity. To achieve to reach out to that deliverable, what kind of activities need to be performed, and whenever I perform those activities, which methodologies I am going to use. Once it is being done, then you will define the right activities and deliverables. So to achieve to the deliverable on the right time, you can do the backtracking and define the timing and sequence of the activity as well. That following activities needs to be done by this sequence and that much time, so that we can reach out to the deliverable by that certain time. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
you got it?
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Now next is elements. What are the elements of business analysis approach definition? One is planning methods fall between predictive and adaptive approach. Then formality and level of detail of BA deliverables are based on planning approach. Then identify and break down activities into tasks. Then timing for business analysis tasks to be performed. Complexity and size of change and overall risk. Business analysis approach reviewed and agreed upon by key stakeholders. Is it making sense?
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
So I tried to give you an example so that you can understand it, and all those elements are already covered in my example, that how you need to define the deliverables and activities, and then you can do the backtracking and define the timings and sequence accordingly. And accordingly, you can define all those things so that you can figure out the output and activities to perform business analysis approach.
Okay. You said you're going to give an example, or?
No, I was saying that I have explained you the way how we are going to define the sequence and timing on the basis of what is the deliverable, and to achieve to that deliverable, what are the activities we need to define. This how activities are being defined.
Okay.
Now, for example, if you need to reach out to that deliverable in 7 days, and after 7 days, if I want to provide that deliverable, and there are 7 activities which needs to be performed to complete the deliverable, then accordingly I can define the sequence and timing of those activities accordingly, so that my deliverable will come on time. Got it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, let's move ahead. Okay, so next is guideline and tools while planning BA approach. So while planning the BA approach, following are the guidelines, which include business analysis, performance assessment, and stakeholder engagement approach, business policies, methodology and framework, and finally expert judgment. So following are the guidelines and tools which need to be taken care while defining the business approach, BA approach. So whenever we define the business analysis approach, we need to figure out that how are we going to uh, do the performance assessment of that business analysis activity. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So that we need to define first that how we are going to assess it, if we want to assess it, so that we can set, we can define the approach in the right way, which can be assessed in the defined format. Second is stakeholder engagement approach. What would be the approach to engage with the different stakeholder during this discussion? During this business analysis approach definition. Okay.
Mhm.
Why it is needed? It is very much needed because different stakeholders are involved during the business analysis approach. Some of the stakeholder might be very influencing. Some of the stakeholder belongs to the people who directly need that requirement. So there are different type of requirement to whom we need to engage in a different way.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So that's why it is very much required that we define it in the early stage, that how we are going to do the stakeholder engagement, so that there are no further clashes on that part. Then we also need to align ourselves with the business policies, methodology and framework, and expert judgment. Expert judgment are generally being provided by the uh, if there is a center of excellence team available in the organization, then on the basis of their previous experience, they will give the expert judgment that what would be the right and how it is going to be done. Methodology and frameworks are already been defined in detail in BABOK guide, so we can refer BABOK guide for methodology and framework, and on the basis of our understanding of stakeholder and our need, we can define that what is the right methodology and framework for us, because over the period of time, you will get the pretty good detail of each methodology and framework, that what are the pros and cons of respective methodology and framework. On the basis of their understanding, you will be enabled yourself to take the right decision for choosing the right methodology and framework for any specific business analysis approach definition. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And business policy is quite simple and straightforward. There are business policies which are being defined in every organization. We need to make sure that whenever we are doing business analysis, we are following those business policies and we are not clashing with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Next is techniques, lessons learned, why. So whenever we do the business analysis or define the business analysis approach, at the end of business analysis, we always do the documentation of lessons learned. And on the basis of previous lessons learned, we always ask ourselves a question that why it will success the new business analysis approach, why it will success, what are the opportunities for the improvement in this business analysis approach, what are the chances of being failing for that specific business analysis approach, and what are the recommendations for improvement in this business analysis approach. This way of thinking will highlight those key reasons on which we can improvise, or we can identify the risk in the early stage during the definition of that what are the risks we are taking during this business analysis approach, so that those risks can be handled in the efficient and right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once lessons are learned, we should also use them as also known as retrospective, formal or informal, reinforcing positive experiences and successes. So these are the use of lessons learned. Those lessons can be used for the retrospection. Those lessons can be documented as a formal or informal document, so that in future or respective business, we can take those lessons and the further new business analysis approaches. And finally, we can reinforce positive experiences and successes, so that our chances of success increase and improves on day by day. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
We always need to make sure that we do the lessons learned documentation, because every time participants will be reluctant to document and discuss problem, and honest discussion might not happen. So that's why it is very crucial exercise to improvise our approach on the regular basis. Okay.
Okay. And how often do you execute these lessons learned, or is it whenever you have the feeling you need to reflect on something, or is there a plan for this?
So it is quite easy. Generally, whenever we do the lessons learned document, it happens on that part. There are stages of being mature in any specific technique or any specific knowledge area as well. For example, if we talk about the business analysis approach, then till the time we feel that we are mature enough, we should do it on very regular basis. And once that business analysis approach is being shown as an individual and as an overall organization, it will start reflecting that the success rate increased on day-to-day basis. And at certain point of time, you will reach to the stage where you will defining it as a mastery in business analysis approach. So regularly, to answer your question, we should do the lessons learned for each of the business analysis approach on regular basis. And over the period of time, you will feel that it keeps improvising, and there is very less which need to be improvised in further, and your process will be mature.
Okay.
Next is plan business analysis approach. So following are the key element of planning a business analysis approach. One is business analysis activities and deliverables. Once it has been defined, then recommendation for behavioral approach, root cause of result affecting performance, positive or negative variance, performance expectation and results, impact to organizational processes, the final solution, service or product. Are you able to relate them?
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I'm saying, are you able to relate those elements? Because those elements are very crucial when you do the lessons learned exercise. So whenever you do lessons learned exercise for any specific business analysis approach, then following elements will be the part on which you need to do the lessons learned evaluation.
In general, yes, I think I can relate to them. Yeah.
So business analysis activities and deliverable is one part from which you need to think through it. Then you need to think through about from a recommendation for behavioral approach. That during the business analysis approach, how do I rate myself out of 10 from behavioral approach perspective? So similarly, on all these elements, we can do the evaluation, and we on the basis of that we can document the lessons. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is stakeholder. So stakeholder are being categorized into 4 parts: domain subject matter expert, project manager, sponsor, and regulators. This is the set of stakeholder which involve in any business analysis approach. So for every business analysis approach, you need to deal with all these 4 stakeholders. Okay.
Yeah.
So this will help you or guide you to understand your stakeholders and do the right tracking of the stakeholder, so you can address the respective stakeholders accordingly.
Right. Yeah.
Now plan stakeholder engagement. So needs and BA approach, once it is being defined, then we need to define the purpose. Plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the stakeholder. And on the basis of that, you need to plan the stakeholder engagement approach. So, as discussed in the earlier slide, we already defined the need, that what is the business need, right?
Yeah.
On the basis of need and our business analysis approach, we have defined both need and BA approach. By considering both of them, we need to define or we need to plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the stakeholder, because we need to interact with them on the regular basis. So whenever we need to do interaction on the regular basis, we need to make sure that effective working relationship is being established, and it is being done by identifying the stakeholder and analyze the stakeholder characteristics. Okay.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah. Stakeholder characteristic will play a major role in defining the purpose so that you can make the effective working relationship. Without doing that, it might be possible that a conflicting situation will happen.
A conflict?
As discussed, a conflicting situation to discuss or to establish and maintain relationship with the respective stakeholder. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as we mentioned and discussed earlier as well, that considering the stakeholder complexity while planning for stakeholder engagement is also very important, because in any engagement, different type of stakeholders are there, and if stakeholders are complex, then we need to plan them accordingly so that we can generate the output during the complete time frame of that specific business analysis approach. Now, how those characteristics and complex stakeholders can be handled or need to be managed will be explained in detail when we discuss about the stakeholder management techniques. So, there are 50 different techniques available, right?
How many?
50, 50.
Ah, 50. Yeah. Yeah, right.
So, in those techniques, all those frameworks are defined that how stakeholder management can be done or should be done. By using those techniques, we can make sure to do the effective stakeholder management. Okay. So to comply with that part, we need to understand the respective technique, which we are going to understand in the further discussions either today or tomorrow as per the plan. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So then we need to do the planning of stakeholder engagement. To plan the stakeholder engagement, first we need to perform the stakeholder analysis. And for doing stakeholder analysis, we need to do it on the following characteristic, like what is the role of stakeholder, what is the attitude of that stakeholder, what is the decision-making authority of that specific stakeholder, and what is the level of power or influence of the stakeholder. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the basis of that, you need to do the stakeholder. You need to perform the stakeholder analysis.
All right. Yeah.
Then comes to the stakeholder communication need. That what is the right way to communicate with respective stakeholder? Every stakeholder might have different way of communication. For example, some of the stakeholders prefer to do informal communication, align, then formalize it. Okay. While it might be possible that some stakeholders do the formal discussion and alignment since the beginning of the discussion. It is just one example. There are many such examples. So accordingly, we need to define the stakeholder communication need as well, that how it is going to happen. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then comes to the planning of stakeholder collaboration. That how to collaborate with that stakeholder to get the maximum output of that specific activity. To do the planning of stakeholder engagement, guideline and tools while planning, following guidelines and tools are available, which include business analysis, performance assessment, change strategy, and current state description. So following are the guidelines and tools for stakeholder engagement, which includes business analysis, performance assessment, change strategy, and current state description.
Okay.
First technique is organizational model. Organizational model is describe the role, responsibility, and reporting structure. Align this structure with the organizational goal. Then second is organizational model. Boundaries of group, formal relationship between members, functional role of each person, interfaces between unit and stakeholders, common in most organizations. Did you understand it? Or should I explain once again?
Is it the same module? I mean, is it this organizational model? Or what's the difference? Do you need to do both of them? Or can you choose which one you prefer?
It is both quite similar. It is just to explain that what needs to be taken care in the organization modeling. So one is defining that what is the how organizational modeling works, and another one is to define that in organizational model how the communications happen between them. Okay. So for example, if we talk about the stakeholder engagement, how we need to understand it. So first we need to understand it from the organizational modeling perspective. So as per the structure of organization, what is the role of that specific persona? What is the role and responsibility? What is the reporting structure as per the organizational model? You understand it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So for example, there is an organization and there is a complete hierarchy in that organization. There is a CEO, under CEO, there are different roles like CIO and other such roles. Then there are different departments, then HOD of each department. Then after HOD, there are respective subordinates, and respectively roles and responsibilities are being defined, right?
Yeah.
And post roles and responsibility, their reporting structure is also been defined. So whenever you do the stakeholder engagement planning, first step is you need to start it from the roles and responsibility and organizational structure, so that you know the hierarchy, you know the roles and responsibility, and accordingly you can communicate with the respective person to get the right answer to do the business analysis. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is from the organization structure perspective. Now coming to our need. So from the need perspective, what is the goal of organization for that specific business analysis approach? So we need to align the organizational structure with the organizational goal so that we can execute the business analysis. Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
And accordingly, you need to model the stakeholder, or you need to plan the stakeholder collaboration, so that on the basis of your goal, you can align the you can figure out the right stakeholder with roles and roles and responsibility with right reporting structure, and then coordinate with them accordingly. Okay.
Yeah.
So once it is been done, then you need to understand the boundaries of a group. So for example, you have identified the different stakeholders, and one of the stakeholder is the marketing head, for example.
Yeah.
Then you need to understand that what are the boundaries of that specific stakeholder or group of stakeholder. That what are the boundaries and what kind of answers you can expect from them, so that you ask the right question with the right stakeholder. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Then you need to understand the formal relationship between members. So for example, as we discussed, there can be different departments. So how these department and their hierarchy are in formal relationship with the cross department stakeholders. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then third is functional role of each person. That what is the exact functional role of that person, so that you can go to the right person for the right. Then what are the interfaces between units or stakeholder? Common in most organizations. So generally it is very common in all the organization. For example, marketing department, sales department, service department. These are very common departments generally available in most of the organization.
Right. Yeah.
Until it is being changed so generally if there are changes, then those changes are on the complete industry level. It is not something that in a same industry the structure change for every organization. It is quite common. Okay.
Yeah.
Now comes to the organizational model perspective. So type of organizational model: functionally oriented, market oriented, or metrics model. So these are the three type of organizational models available in general. Either they are being divided functionally, or they are being divided by market. That for this market this is the hierarchy, for this market this is the hierarchy, or it can be metrics model.
Right.
You know now that in metrics model multiple reportings are there, so that they can work in the metrics way. So these are the three organization model, and accordingly you need to do the stakeholder mapping accordingly. Okay. Now comes to the organization chart. So organization chart is either box depict organization units, roles, and people, or line depicts reporting or formal communication channel. So whenever we see the organization chart, what is the meaning of box and lines in that organization chart? It is being explained here. Have you seen the organization chart earlier?
I mean, yeah, there is a hierarchy, or how to say it.
Yes. So it is the way of reading that organization chart. Generally, in any standard organization chart, box will depict either unit, roles, or peoples. That what is that unit? What is the role of role of that persona, or what is the name of that person? Something like that. While the lines are depicting the formal communication channel between those units, roles, and peoples. Okay.
Yeah, it's more reporting, I think, than formal communication. Yeah, the lines. Yeah.
Yes. Then stakeholder list, map, or persona. So identify stakeholder, by stakeholders, and then list of stakeholders. So whenever we do the stakeholder listing, then we do the do it on the following characteristics of the stakeholder: level of authority within the domain of change, attitude toward or interest in the change, attitude toward business analysis activity, and level of decision making authority.
Mm-hmm. And what
Why we do that?
is? Oh, sorry.
So I am asking why we are doing it on that stakeholder, those stakeholder characteristic analysis.
Because we need to approach the stakeholders on a different way if they have a different
Exactly.
attitude.
Great.
But the first part I don't understand. Identify stakeholders, stakeholder analysis, identifying stakeholder, and then list of stakeholders.
Yes.
That's the process. Or...
So yes, that is the process. Let me explain to you. There is typo as well. So first thing is we need to identify the stakeholder. Why we need to identify the stakeholder? Because the respective business analysis activity which we are doing, in that specific business analysis activity, who are the stakeholders to whom we need to interact? So to do that, first we need to identify our stakeholders. That who are our stakeholders? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Once it is been done, then we need to do the stakeholder analysis for all the identified stakeholder. And how we are going to do the stakeholder analysis? On the basis of following characteristics of the stakeholder.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Once it has been done, then on the basis of those characteristics, we need to list those stakeholders or document those stakeholders, so that whenever needed, we can refer and accordingly we can take the actions.
Right.
So that's why it is a 3-step process: identify stakeholder, do the stakeholder analysis, and on the basis of that, list that stakeholder analysis. Okay.
How can we list them? Will you give me an example?
It is a tabular format. We need to list down the name of stakeholder. We need to define the roles, and on the basis of those characteristics, we need to feed that information, so that whenever needed for any specific activity, you are well prepared about the characteristic, and accordingly you communicate with that respective stakeholder.
Okay, because how I used to do it. Sorry.
Sorry.
How I used to do it. There is how is it called? Power and interest grid. And then you can structure the different stakeholders, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I can show you a picture of it. How I used to do it. Just a short moment. I will paste it in the chat. So this is how I used to identify and also list the different stakeholders. Is this also part of this framework?
So you are in this specific way, you are putting the stakeholders in the different grid, so that you can take the action accordingly. It is also one of the stakeholder mapping exercise. Now, on the basis of our activity, that what business analysis we are performing. On the basis of that metrics can change, but it is the right approach.
I see. Okay.
Got it?
So
yeah. It is being defined in detail when you read about the specific technique of stakeholder mapping. Then all those information are being mentioned in detail, and which it will come in further slides as well, that how stakeholder mapping need to be done. And as you are already doing it, so I just want to support you that it is the right way. The only change happens is as per the project, as per the business analysis we are performing, the parameters of that matrix may change. Otherwise, it is right.
Okay.
Because right now you are tracking it on the basis of power and interest grid. It might be possible that your grid change, because some other business analysis work, your stakeholder matrix might be different. Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move ahead. Stakeholder map. So stakeholder matrix is the one thing, stakeholder onion diagram is the another. These are the two different techniques. It is being explained further in further slides as well, that what is the stakeholder matrix, what is the standard way to create it and maintain it, what is stakeholder onion diagram, and how to do that, respectively defined in the respective techniques as well. So we will read it about those two things in respective techniques. Right now, just need to understand that stakeholder map can be done in two ways. Either you are creating a stakeholder matrix, or you are creating a stakeholder onion diagram. Okay.
Yeah.
And whenever you do that, you need to perform it on the RESI matrix as well. That whatever the activity you are going to do, from those stakeholder who is responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed for that specific work. Okay.
Yeah, that's the matrix I just posted in the chat. Yeah.
Then comes to the persona. That what is the persona of that stakeholder? Here is one of the stakeholder list: interest versus impact of stakeholder. Okay. So as we can see right away, that earlier the metrics you are sharing, that have the metrics of power versus interest, right?
Yeah.
Power versus interest. That's the metrics we were tracking earlier in your the diagram you shared earlier with me, right? Now in these metrics, we are tracking it on the basis of interest versus impact. That what is the impact of that specific stakeholder and what is the interest of that stakeholder. If we have the stakeholders whose interest is high but impact is very low, then might be it will not be that stakeholder which will create a larger impact in overall the overall program. So we need to deal with those stakeholders accordingly to make the program successful, right?
Yeah.
So accordingly, we, as per the need, we need to change the parameter of the matrix, but there is the right way to track the stakeholder. Now, this one comes as a onion diagram for stakeholder. So, for example, customer, supplier, regulator, and others will be coming as the outermost layer of the stakeholder mapping in any solution delivery. Okay.
Yeah.
Then on the second layer, it comes sponsors, executives, domain, SMEs, and other who interacted with the affected group. Okay.
Yeah, I have worked with this diagram in a project already. Yeah, so I know this a bit. Yeah.
Great. Then you understand the use and impact of that specific way of creating a stakeholder onion diagram, right?
Yeah, yeah, right.
Then comes to the RACI matrix, that how a RACI matrix is being defined. So let's take an example that in any specific business analysis approach, we have defined 10 item, 10 list, 10 items of task. Okay. Hello.
Yeah.
So on all of those 10 items of tasks, we need to define the RACI, that who is responsible for doing that specific task, to whom it is being informed or consulted, and who is accountable to get it done. Okay.
Right.
So for example, it is a sample matrix which is being defined. Identify problem or opportunity. So problem or opportunity can be sponsor might be responsible for identifying problem and opportunity. Project manager might also be responsible for identifying the problem. Then implementation team will be consulted for any identified problem. Then operations team will be responsible for identifying problem and opportunity. And business analysts will always be accountable to address that problems are being identified. And regulators need to be informed so that whatever is being done, regulator is aware about it and regulatory requirements are being taken care.
Okay. So the
So
business
that's how we define RACI matrix.
Right. And you need to do this for all the stakeholders, or is it only for the different roles in an organization or in a project?
So it needs to be done for all the stakeholder for that specific activity. So if you are doing business analysis, then you must have identified the stakeholders which are going to involve in that business analysis only, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You are not going to identify stakeholders who are not going to actively participate.
Not really. Maybe with the eye to that they are informed, right?
I is also very important part, because whoever you been identified for informing about the activity, it is very crucial from either compliance perspective or from the organizational perspective. So always it is been identified due to certain reason, hence cannot be ignored. That's why we need to define the RACI matrix for all the identified stakeholders. But primarily here, it is not defined on the basis of stakeholders, that if we identify the stakeholder, then it is mandatory to define the RACI. Vice versa, it is opposite. First, you need to define the activities which needs to be done, and then you need to assign the stakeholder. Because it is not like that for each stakeholder we need to identify the activity. It is something that we need to define the deliverables. On the basis of deliverable, you need to define the task and activities, and for doing those tasks and activity, you need to make someone responsible, accountable, informed, or consulted. So it is more coming from the task side and not from the stakeholder side. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct. Next is stakeholder list, map, or persona. So fictional or generalized characters, role, what is your job role, what is a typical day like, what skills, knowledge, and tools do you require, or whoever who reports to you and whom do you report to. Then to identify the goal, what are you are responsible for, challenges, what are your biggest challenges in your work, company, which industry does your company work in, what is the total revenue of your company, how many employees work in your company, personal background, age, family, education, preferences, how do you prefer to interact, email, phone, in person. So those are the generalized characteristics which need to be identified for any specific persona or stakeholder. Okay. It is not an exhaustive list or mandatory list because those characteristics might change on the basis of uh, business analysis work you are doing or the setup you have. For example, if it is being happened inside in the organization, then might be you don't need the company detail, like which industry, what is total revenue. Those questions will become irrelevant because it is internal business analysis uh, project program, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So accordingly, it is a generalized character, and on the basis of your work, you can select that what is the relevant characteristics for you which need to be captured, and accordingly we can capture it. Next is plan stakeholder engagement. So whenever we do the planning for stakeholder engagement, we need to think about following personas or stakeholders. For example, who is our customer, who is end user, who is supplier, who is regulator, who is a sponsor, who is project manager, and who is domain subject matter expert, so that we can communicate with the respective stakeholder accordingly. Okay.
Okay, and we engage with them in different ways, right? For some, we can organize maybe a workshop or something, and for other users, we need to engage with them in a different way.
No, can you repeat? Is it a question or you want to communicate something?
More of a question, yeah. Do we need to engage with the different types of stakeholders in a different way? And what possible ways do we have to engage with them?
Okay. So first we need to identify the stakeholder. So there are multiple ways to identify the stakeholder. That one is we are identifying it via organizational model, where then we are identified on the basis of organizational mode of working. Then we are identifying those stakeholder on the basis of uh, their role in the project, like either he's project manager, sponsor, regulator, supplier, accordingly. Once all is being done, then accordingly you can do the elicitation exercise. Hence, it is needed to identify those stakeholders in the different way. Now, to answer your question that when to do it, is it being done in the workshop or something? So again, it depends on program, on the basis of program or project. So let's take an example. If you are defining a program which is cross-organization program for business analysis, then you need to understand the stakeholder mapping before the engagement start. You need to ask all those details in the documented format so that you can analyze it, you can draft your documents accordingly, and then you go meet them in the well prepared way. On the other hand, if it is happening in the inside of the organization, then you might have the access of lots of the things directly. For example, you don't need to go to someone else to figure out the organizational structure. You can communicate with the HR directly to get the organizational structure. You can draft those details accordingly at your end, and on the basis of that, you can communicate it. So there is no certain answer to that question that either it needs to be done in a workshop, before the program, after the program initiate, before the initiation of the program. On the basis of our need, it may differ that what is the right approach for that specific activity. Okay.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, let's move ahead. Plan business analysis governance. Now we need to define the governance, that how it is going to happen. DA approach and stakeholder engagement approach. So how decisions are made about requirement design, including review, change control, approval, and prioritization. And what is the governance approach for the same? So once you define all those things, you need to define. So for example, there is a specific business analysis work in which you need to define the requirement for 15 business problems within 30 days. Let's take an example. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 30 days, when you go and discuss about the requirement, then different requirement are being told by different stakeholder, but it is not coming out on a certain page where we can define the unique requirement, because those requirements are conflicting in bit altogether. Okay.
Yeah.
So in this specific scenario, someone need to take the decision from the hierarchy mechanism that what needs to be done to overcome out of this conflicting situation, and who will approve that requirement, right?
Right. Yeah.
So to do that, we need to define the governance approach, where we can define that for this specific set of requirement, who are the stakeholder, who have the authority to approve it, and on the basis of that, how we need to take the approval and prioritization. So who is the right stakeholder to provide the approval and prioritization, and defining the timeline for approval and prioritization, so that the overall exercise can be done in a limited time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, there is a business analysis. Business analysis is planned, which is being done in 30 days, and we need to define the governance approach, or we need to define the steering committee meetings in every week, so that we can get the necessary approval, and we can showcase our progress, that what is the current progress and how we are planning to reach to complete this exercise within 4 weeks. So defining that information, that how it is going to happen, who is authorized to provide the approval, who is authorized to prioritize, and why they need to do the respective approvals within the limited time. All these things will be defined in the governance approach.
Okay.
Yeah. Then change control process, plan prioritization approach, decision making, plan for approval. I think I explained all of these to you. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Then guidelines and tools while planning business analysis governance. Business analysis performance assessment, business policies, current state description, legal regulatory information. We already discussed this one as well, that we need to take care of all these things in the business analysis approach. In this slide, we are just explaining it that whenever we define the governance, we need to make sure that it is covered under governance. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then comes business analysis governance stakeholder. So in business analysis governance, these are the key stakeholders: domain subject matter expert, project manager, regulator, and sponsor. Generally, you do the governance of the project with these 4 stakeholders.
Only these 4. Okay.
Yes.
Project manager, sponsor. Okay.
It might be possible that there are multiple project managers involved, but from the role perspective, project manager is one of the key stakeholder in governance. There can be multiple domain subject matter experts. So if there is any project where a program where we are doing the business analysis exercise, which is cross domain, In that case, multiple subject matter experts are there because it is a big, huge program. Multiple sponsors are there, multiple regulators are there. But from persona perspective, these are the 4 personas.
Okay.
Then comes plan business analysis, information management. That how we need to do the information management while planning for the business analysis. So input for any business analysis information management is a business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, and governance approach. When we define all these 3 approaches, then on the basis of that, we need to define how to develop business analysis information management plan, because we defined all these 3 approaches that how it is going to execute. Now we need to define that how to document it so that we can do the complete management of that information accordingly. Okay. And the output of this exercise will be the information management plan, basically, for the approach. Then comes elements of the information management, which includes organization of business analysis information, how it is going to be organized, either it is in folder structure or hierarchy or whatever it is. So how it is going to be managed. So we need to define that organization of the documentation. Then level of abstraction, then plan traceability approach, then plan for requirement reuse, storage and access, and requirement attributes. Requirement attributes is very key thing, because whatever the attributes you are going to define, those are the only attributes which are being captured during the requirement analysis. So if any attribute is missed, then that attribute is missing from all the requirements. Okay.
Okay. And these are all the elements. Business and information management. Okay.
Information management.
Yeah.
Business analysis and information management. Sorry. Then comes the guidelines and tools for information management. So again, the same thing. Whenever we are doing information management, we need to make sure that business analysis performance assessment is being taken through, or is been assessed from that perspective. Business policies are being considered in the information management. Information management tools are being utilized, whatever is being used in the organization. Regulatory and legal information are being considered to manage that requirement. Do we have that right to store that information or not? Is it being captured in the regulated way or not? So we need to make sure that all these will be considered while defining the information management mechanism. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then plan business analysis information management. So domain subject expert, regulator, and sponsor, both are these 3 are the stakeholder for information management. Then comes identify business analysis performance improvement. So whenever we do the performance improvement definition for business analysis, the input element for performance improvement is the defined BA approach. That's which approach we are going to take, and what is the objective of performance. And on the basis of that, we need to assess the business analysis work and plan to improve the processes.
Okay.
So that is how we define the performance improvement for any specific business analysis. Now comes to identify business analysis performance improvement elements. So following are the elements for the performance improvements. Performance analysis, analyze the results, assessment measures, and recommended actions for improvement. So performance analysis is basically the KPI. Analyze result is whatever the way we are analyzing the performance, we need to weigh it through from the result perspective as well. That is it providing the required result or not? Okay.
Yep.
Then we need to figure out the measures for the assessment. That whatever the way we are assessing the performance, is it being assessed on the right measures or not? So that we can plan for the performance improvisation. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
If any of the KPI is lagging from the performance perspective, then we should have the recommended action for the improvement in that specific KPI, to improve that specific KPI. If we are unable to find the recommended action, then it is not the right KPI.
Okay.
So these are the 4 key elements for defining the performance improvement for business analysis. Now let's discuss about the guidelines and tools for the performance improvement. Organizational performance standard includes detail of performance metrics or expectations for business analysis work built by the organization. Generally organization level पे define होता है. Okay.
Yeah.
Metrics and key performance indicators. KPIs measures the performance of solution component, and other matter of interest of two stakeholders. So as mentioned, we can define the KPIs accordingly. That either we need to define the KPI of the solution के किसी component, we need to do it for any specific component of the solution, or any other matter of the stakeholder for which they are interested to measure the KPI. A matrix is quantifiable level of an indicator. A KPI measures progress towards a strategic goal or objective. KPI derives from metrics. Okay. KPI is to measure the effectiveness of business analysis. Reporting is the process of informing the stakeholder of metrics or indicator in a specified format and specified interval. Characteristics of indicator. Clear, relevant, economical, adequate, quantifiable, trustworthy, and credible. These all are the indicator of any KPI definition. From the metrics perspective, a specific point, threshold, range should be there. From the structure perspective, monitoring and evaluation should be there. Reporting perspective, baseline and current and target metrics should be available. Otherwise, how we are measure it. Then quality of metrics and KPIs, it should be reliable, validity, and timeliness. Okay.
Yep.
Identify business analysis performance improvement. So following are the stakeholders for performance improvement: domain subject matter expert, project manager, and sponsor, because those are the only stakeholders which we are covering for the which we should cover for the performance improvement. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So that was all about the first knowledge area, business analysis is done. Now we are jumping to the next knowledge area, elicitation and collaboration.
This was all the first, only the first. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Because there were elements from other knowledge areas as well, I think, right?
Sorry, can you repeat?
There are some elements which are from the other knowledge areas as well.
From which area? From which knowledge area?
From the other 5, like stakeholder analysis or
all those covers under business analysis only. The strategy analysis is different knowledge area, and their stakeholder role is a bit different. You
really?
cannot do business. Yes, you cannot do business analysis without a stakeholder. That's why it is part of a stakeholder. That's why stakeholder mapping is part of first knowledge area itself.
I see. Okay.
Okay, let's move ahead. Elicitation and collaboration. So again, this is the concept model of 6 concepts which needs to be applied in all 6 knowledge areas. Now let's understand how these concept models will align in the second knowledge area, elicitation and collaboration. So in elicitation and collaboration area, need to be elicited, confirm, and communicate with the stakeholder. And the need may evolve over time. Okay. So in business analysis, it was predefined, but in elicitation and collaboration, you need to elicit it with the respective stakeholder. And once it is being elicited, you need to confirm and communicate the need to the respective stakeholder so that they align with it. With the caveat that the need may evolve over the period of time, because today might be there is some need which will change over the period of time when the whole organization evolved. Okay.
Yeah.
Second is coming stakeholders. In stakeholder manage collaboration with the stakeholder. That is very much needed in the elicitation and collaboration. So in elicitation and collaboration, the stakeholder is more inclined towards the collaboration part compared to the business analysis. Here the value would be assessed. Sorry?
What's the difference here? Manage collaboration with stakeholders from the business analysis knowledge area?
Just a second, let me tell you.
Because that's what I said,
so
right? Like
what we discussed in business analysis part. In business analysis part, we mentioned a group or individual related to a change, need, or solution. That is the stakeholder, because we are doing the business analysis at that time. In that is a specific scenario, individual or group may provide you a need, a change, or solution, right?
okay.
While
Yeah.
in elicitation, it is more towards the collaboration part, because you are doing the requirement elicitation from the different stakeholder. So here the importance of collaboration is more, instead of getting the requirement from the respective stakeholder, because anyway you are controlling the requirement by eliciting it from the different stakeholder and then merging it together to enable all the stakeholder. Hence collaboration is the key in the elicitation and collaboration while we are discussing with the stakeholder. You got my point?
Okay. I think so. Yeah. Okay.
Then from the value perspective, assess the relative value of information provided during elicitation. Because we are eliciting the requirement, hence we need to figure out that what is the relative value of that information which is being provided by the stakeholder. From context perspective, we need to identify business analysis information about the context that may affect the change. As we are eliciting the requirement, it it is our responsibility to understand it from context perspective as well. The reason being, while you are eliciting the requirement, it is the right need of the user for a specific context. But if you see the overall context of your program, then it might not be relevant for you. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why you need to identify the business analysis information about the context as well. From the solution perspective, elicit, confirm, and communicate desired characteristic of proposed solution. As requirement is being elicited from different stakeholders, then it becomes the responsibility of the business analyst to confirm and communicate the solution characteristic of the proposed solution, so that there is no gap between the no gap in the communication, basically, whatever is being asked. And finally, in change, we need to identify the characteristic of the change, identify stakeholder concern, determine the extent of elicitation and collaboration required. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Let's move ahead. So elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, what are the task and output? So first we need to prepare ourselves for the elicitation. Second, we need to do the elicitation conduction so that we can elicit the requirement. Third, we need to do the confirmation that whatever is being elicited, it is being confirmed with the respective stakeholder, so that the stakeholder and business analyst both are on the same page. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Third is communication. We need to communicate that information with the broader group of stakeholders, so that everyone is on the same page. And finally, we need to manage the stakeholder collaboration, because different stakeholders may provide different requirements, and accordingly, we need to make sure that the collaboration between all of them is seamless. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next is what are the inputs, what are the tasks, and what is the output. So for elicitation and collaboration, the input is need, that what is the need for which we are eliciting, what is the business analysis information, and the input which is coming from the first knowledge area is stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance. Okay.
Performance. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So on the basis of these four information, will work as a need, as an input for the elicitation and collaboration, and on the basis of that, we will do the preparation, conduction, confirmation, communication, and manage the stakeholder. Okay.
Yeah.
Once we prepare for the elicitation, conduct the elicitation, and confirm it, on the basis of these three information, we can define the sequence of the task, that what need to be done first. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Once it is done, then following are the output of each task. So once we prepare for the elicitation, then we will have the elicitation activity plan. When we conduct elicitation, then we will have the elicitation results. When we confirm elicitation result, then we will have the confirmed elicitation result. When we communicate it, then we have business analysis information, which is communicated across the stakeholder. And once it is aligned with all the stakeholders, which means a collaboration between the stakeholders is being done, then we achieve the stakeholder engagement as an output of this exercise. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
What are the key things to prepare for the elicitation? What is the purpose? Understand the scope of elicitation activity. Select appropriate technique. Plan for supporting material and resources. Then on the basis of need, which is on the basis of input, which is need and stakeholder engagement approach, we can bring the output like logistics, the scope of elicitation activities, selected techniques, supporting material. That's how we are going to prepare for the elicitation. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then prepare for elicitation element. Understand the scope, select technique, set up logistics, secure supporting material, prepare stakeholder. All these activities needs to be done before conducting the elicitation. You need to understand the scope so that you communicate right things. You need to define and select the technique so that accordingly you can establish either workshop, interview, whatever is needed for the elicitation exercise. Then you need to set up the logistics, whatever is needed. Either you need to book the conference room, you need to align other stakeholders, you need to calendarize the event, and all those kind of things.
Yeah.
Then fourth one is securing the supporting material. Whatever the output you are expecting, on the basis of that, whatever supporting material is needed, please make sure that all the supporting material is already being secured before the elicitation so that it can be distributed. And finally, you need to prepare the stakeholder for that specific elicitation exercise. Then you need to do it on the basis of business analysis approach, business objective, existing business analysis, and potential value. So business analysis approach will provide a general strategy to be used as a guide. Objective will provide direction toward the future state. Business analysis will provide better understanding of the scope, and potential value will describe the value to be realized. Okay.
Yes.
Then for preparing different techniques for preparing the elicitation, again, stakeholder list, map, and persona will be needed, because who need to be consulted will come from the stakeholder list, map, or persona only. Then you need either brainstorming or mind mapping exercise to identify existing business analysis information, select elicitation techniques, and all those things. Okay. Third thing is document analysis. Document analysis is also one of the technique out of those 50 techniques. So elicitation is not always via persona. It can be done via documentation as well. So you can do the document analysis, and on the basis of that, you can figure out the need which is backed by the supporting data, right?
Yep. Yep. So these are just some examples out of these 50 methods and how you prepare.
These are the techniques which are specific to the elicitation, which are very keenly being used during the elicitation work. Instead of, so basically we can say these are the more prominent techniques for the elicitation.
I see. Okay.
Okay. Data mining, estimation, interviews, risk analysis, and management.
Right. Yeah.
Now, preparation for the elicitation. So, from the preparation perspective, you need to figure out the domain subject matter expert. You need to figure out the project manager. You need to figure out the sponsor, because all these three stakeholders will enable you for the elicitation exercise.
Okay.
Domain subject matter expert will provide the supporting material and guidance. Project manager will ensure the appropriate people and resources are available. A sponsor will approve or deny a planned elicitation event. Okay, that's how these people are going to support you for the elicitation.
Yeah.
Then conduct elicitation overview. So from the elicitation perspective, the purpose of elicitation is information relevant to the draw out, explore, identify, And the input for any elicitation exercise is supporting material, resources, and activity plan. And output would be unconfirmed elicitation result, because it is being elicited by the business analyst right now, which is not confirmed with the respective stakeholder, and it need to be done as a separate exercise. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then conduct elicitation continuation, collaboration, research, and experiment. In collaborative way, interact with the stakeholder, relies on the stakeholder experience. In research, discover information from documents. The stakeholder may not know about this information. Third is the experimental way, in which discover information without stakeholder or document, prototyping or proof of concept. So these are the three techniques, three ways of doing the elicitation or the techniques. Conduct elicitation, guide the elicitation session, capture elicitation result, engage someone else to scribe. Here are the guidelines and tools for conducting the elicitation. Business analysis approach will influence elicitation technique and business analysis deliverables. The stakeholder engagement approach will provide collaboration and communication approach for elicitation. Existing business analysis information will guide questions to be asked during elicitation. Supporting material will prepare the business analyst, participant, and equipment for elicitation.
Okay.
Okay. Then conduct elicitation, strength and limitations. So elicit business analysis information, understand the context of a business need, understand the solution currently being implemented, validate findings from other elicitation effort, engage effectively with the stakeholder. Limitation will be wide range of source, make it time consuming, outdated documents may cause confusion. So those are the limitations of the elicitation exercise.
Of document analysis or the other methods as well?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is it only about the document analysis, right?
No, it is the so your question is, these are the strength and limitation of document analysis only. That's what you are asking?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Good.
Now we are going to understand that how to prepare for the conducting elicitation via document analysis. So preparation includes source document, relevant, current, and his data or information required. So we need to make sure that we are sourcing the right document before starting the analysis, so that what the result can be fetched out of that elicitation exercise. Okay. Second is document review and analysis. So detailed review and recording notes need to be done, identify conflicting or duplicated notes. Then third, then we need to record our findings, appropriate level of detail, present information to improve understanding. So when we do it on the basis of observation, on our observation by doing the document analysis, what would be the strength and limitation? So strength would be view and understand activities, job shadowing, approaches, active, noticeable, passive, unnoticeable. Gain realistic and practical insight. Limitation may be disruptive to the day-to-day operation. Participants may alter their work practices, unsuitable for knowledge-based activities. Then how to conduct the elicitation, or what are the elements of observations in the in conducting the elicitation. So define the objectives of the observations, prepare for observation, conduct observation session, confirm and present observation session findings. Now, when we conducting the elicitation using the technique brainstorming, then what are the strengths and limitations? So in brainstorming, produce numerous ideas and a diverse set of options in a short span of time. Focus on the topic or problem. Encourage participants to use new ways. Foster creativity with a non-judgmental environment. Effectiveness depends on individuals' creativity, willingness to participate. What is
Hello?
Valo, I am
Hello.
asking, you understand the brainstorming?
No, you were cut off now. I did not hear anything.
Since when? Is it last 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds?
Yeah, last 5 seconds about, yeah.
Okay. So it is the in this slide we are explaining that how to conduct elicitation using brainstorming technique.
Right, yeah.
So my question would be, do you understand what is brainstorming?
Yeah, I mean, I also used it in different projects. Also in my bachelor, used brainstorming. So I mean, yeah, I know brainstorming. Yeah.
Okay. So from brainstorming perspective, here we mentioned that what are the strength and limitation of the brainstorming. So strength could be produce numerous ideas and a diverse set of options in a short span of time. Because we are doing brainstorming, we can think through about the alternate approaches as well. So we can define lots of such. We can
Right.
focus on topic or problem. We can encourage participants to use new ways. We can foster creativity and non-judgmental environment. So all those are the strength. While the limitation is effectiveness depends on the individual's creativity or willingness to participate. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Here are the elements of the brainstorming session. In the preparation, you need to define area of interest, determine time limit, identify participants, establish evaluation criteria. Because if participants are not interested, then then it will not be worthy. If we do not define the time limit, then you know that brainstorming exercise can take too much time without providing any result.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Then we need to identify the participants that who are the right participant for the brainstorming exercise. What are the evaluation criteria? And communicate it to all the stakeholders so that they do the brainstorming in the right direction. Then in this session, we need to reiterate session details, share idea, record ideas, build on each other ideas, elicit many ideas. That is the work we need to do in this session. And as a wrap-up, we need to discuss and evaluate, create list, rate ideas, and distribute final list. Okay.
Yep.
Now let's go to the collaborative games as a technique to conduct elicitation. So in collaborative games, the strengths are encourage collaboration in building common understanding, follows adaptive or agile methodology, sets rule to focus on objective, and limitation are game environment may make some participant uncomfortable, time consuming, unproductive if objectives are unclear.
Do you have an
Okay.
example of a game?
Yes, I can take a couple of examples. So, for example, if you want to do the collaborative games for doing an elicitation exercise, then you can create multiple groups if you are conducting a workshop. In each group, you can give the pen and paper and to identify the objective and the problem area, you can assign them the task to solve it on pen and paper as an individual group, and then let those groups solve those problems individually by themselves. Once it is being done, then every group can present their own idea to solve the problem. That can work as a collaborative approach. It is very simplistic thing because in this scenario we took the benefit of games very low, but we can increase on the basis of our requirement. For example, if our requirement for conducting elicitation using games techniques is a bit complex, then we can introduce multiple games in any single exercise, and by doing that, they need to figure out the answer.
Okay.
So,
Sounds more like a workshop, but yeah, you can call it game as well. Yeah.
if I took very generic exercise, then you might heard about the doing plank while you do the stand-up meeting in the morning, daily stand-up meeting. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, we have that.
So,
Yes.
it is also a collaborative game. So you are doing plank so that you can time bound the daily stand-up meeting and get the required result out of that meeting. So it is also a collaborative game to conduct the elicitation.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you able to understand now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, great. Should we move ahead or do you want a short break?
A break would be good. Yeah, we are in about again 2 hour session. Yeah, a break would be great.
Okay, let's take a quick 10-minute break.
Sure, I'm here in Teams.
Okay, let's connect back at 6:20. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, hi, Valo. I'm back just for your information.
Hello, I'm here as well.
Great. Should we start?
Sure, yeah.
Continue?
Yep.
Okay. So we completed the collaborative games last. Let's move ahead. Next is conduct elicitation collaborative games elements. So what are the elements of the collaborative games? So elements are purpose, process, and outcome. So in the process, opening will be the learning rules, exploration, then generate idea, and closing is assess and select the ideas. So these are the elements we need to uh, cover as the element of any collaborative games. So if we took the if we understand it with the given example of that plank during the stand-up meeting, then the learning rule for that game is we need to provide our feedback in the stand-up meeting in crisp and concise way. Generate idea is we are doing the plank exercise so that we can do it in the efficient way. Assess and select idea means a plank is the one way, or there can be other ways by which we can do that exercise. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. Next is other elements of the collaborative games. For example, product box. Identify feature of a product box. So it can be also a collaborative game so that you can list down the features of a product which can be converted into the marketing language later on. Then affinity map, identify related or similar features so that we can do the right grouping, and then on the basis of that we can keep or remove the relevant one. Then there is a fishbowl technique, which is identify hidden assumptions uh, for any specific feature. So these are the further elements to identify the feature, similar feature, or identify the hidden assumption behind any specific feature. Okay. Now we will discuss about the conducting elicitation exercise via workshop. It is the most common and widely used technique for elicitation, and the strength of workshop is most common technique focused event collaboration to achieve predefined goals, make decision, and gain mutual understanding, requires short period of time, requires low cost. Limitations are availability of the stakeholder is difficult, because generally when we do the workshop, then lots of the stakeholders are needed, and to get the common time slot from all the stakeholders is always difficult. That's why availability of a stakeholder is difficult. Success
Right.
depends on facilitators' knowledge of participants. So if the facilitator don't know those stakeholder, or haven't done the list, stakeholder mapping for those stakeholder, then it would be very difficult to bring the success out of that workshop, right?
Yeah.
Too many participants slow down the process. Too few participants can lead to overlooking of needs. Common limitations. When we conduct the elicitation through workshop, following elements are there. for the preparation and identification of role. First, we need to prepare, then identify the role. In role identification, we need to figure out sponsor, facilitator, scriber, timekeeper, and participants. These are very mandatory roles for any workshop. Otherwise, you will miss the things. Without a facilitator, you will not able to draw down the right results out of the workshop. Without a scribe, you will miss the key information. Without timekeeper, you will lose the control, and there might be a chance to without getting the expected output of the workshop. And participants. So participants is the mandatory thing for workshop. Then we need to conduct. Then post-workshop, we need to distribute the outcomes. So those are the elements of conducting workshop as elicitation. Now, conduct elicitation via groups. So in that case, the strength is interactive group environment, pre-qualified participants, homogeneous or heterogeneous groups, qualitative research, cost-effective, trust issues in participants is the limitation. More vocal participant may influence the result. So the group is a bit different from the workshop session where we are doing the group discussion and not being facilitated by someone. Then we discuss about the elements of the focus group. Then first we need to define the objective. During the planning exercise, we need to define the location, budget, timeline, output, and participant. Here, if you can see, there is no facilitator here. Then we need to prepare the guide. We need to assign moderator and recorder, that who will moderate and record the session. Then finally conduct post-discussion activities like after the focus group, transcribe the result as soon as possible. Okay.
Yeah. Transcribes. What's the difference between group and workshop?
I just disconnected my AirPods. Am I audible now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No worries. Great. Thank you for the confirmation. Let's move on. Now we discuss about the survey and questionnaire technique for conducting elicitation. So for survey and questionnaire technique, the strength of the technique is distribution, collection, and analysis. Elicit business information about customer, product, work practice, and attitude in a structured way and in a short period of time. And relatively inexpensive to administer, effective and efficient across geography, closed and open-ended questions. Limitation is response may be low for statistical significance. Ambiguous question not answered. Open-ended questions need more analysis. Okay. So now here are the elements of survey and questionnaires. First, we need to prepare the survey or questionnaire. Then we need to define the objective and target group. That what is the objective we want and what is the target group to get the answers. Then we need to select appropriate survey type, sample group, distribution and collection method, set target level and response time, determine if individual interviews are required. And accordingly, we can get the result. There is no need to assign moderator and recorder, conduct post-discussion activities. Both of these are not needed in this one. In conduct elicitation, it is the prototyping method. So let's discuss about the strength and limitation of the prototyping method. So in prototyping, strengths are iterative process, creation of a model or design requirement, optimize user experience to evaluate design options, basis of the final business solution, identify missing and incorrect requirement, early input and feedback. Limitation are stakeholder may develop unrealistic expectations. Stakeholders may focus on the design of the solution. Focus of discussion may be on how we going to build rather than what. Underlying technology need to be understood. You got it?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
So in elicitation, in the initiation, initially in this discussion, we discussed 3 ways. Either we can do document analysis, either we can do discussions with the stakeholders, or we can do elicitation via prototyping method, where we doing POC, proof of concept, or your prototyping, so that we can elicit the right requirement. So right now we are discussing those techniques which are specifically used in POC and prototyping. It is a bit different way of conducting elicitation. Hope you understood it.
Okay, yeah.
So, for example, if any company wants to launch any specific product, then they can release a prototype, and by selecting the right audience and providing the prototype to them to get the early feedback, it is one of the elicitation technique. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So, while we conducting elicitation using prototype, here are the elements. First, we need to determine the approach. Throwaway prototypes are discarded once the learning from the developed prototype and purpose are achieved. Evolutionary prototype is incrementally built to the final solution. So this the element by which we need to determine the approach. For example, proof of concept, usability prototype, visual prototype, functional prototype. These are the example. And methods can be storyboarding, paper prototyping, workflow modeling, simulation, all those. Okay. Then we conduct elicitation via interface analysis overview. In that way, we need to ask all those questions that where, what, why, when, how. To identify an interface is a connection between two components or solution. Most solutions require one or more interface. Okay. In conducting interface analysis, here is the overview. For example, external interface to the solution, business, process, data interface between system, application programming interface, hardware device. For example, ATM. ATM is an interface to conduct the analysis.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
So, for example, if I want to know the balance amount in my account, so in this elicitation exercise, ATM is a interface which is processing the data of my account and providing me the output.
Yeah.
Similarly, laptop, mobile, all those are the other interfaces. Okay. Then interface analysis overview. So provide context for eliciting more detailed functional requirement, use scope modeling, observation and interviews, understand interfaces used in existing business process, provide interface of the solution with the context, with a context diagram. Then interface analysis elements. So first we need to prepare for the identification. Then we need to conduct identification. Then we need to define name, coverage, exchange method, message format, exchange frequency, etc.
Prepare for identification. What does that mean?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Prepare for identification. What does that mean exactly?
So if when we conduct elicitation using any interface, then we need to prepare for the identification first, that what needs to be identified with the respective interface, right? If we take the same
I don't know.
example,
I can't really imagine this
let
step.
me give you an example. If we take the same example of bank account and ATM, and if we are creating ATM as an interface, then first we need to prepare for the identification, that what need to be identified. For example, get to know the account balance is one of the thing which needs to be identified. So we need to prepare that what need to be identified. Okay.
Okay.
Then we need to do the conduct identification. That means how it is going to happen. Then respectively we need to define it. कि क्या क्या चाहिए? Oh, sorry. What all is needed in that specific identification, like name, coverage, exchange method, message format, exchange frequency, all of these.
Okay.
Now, when we conducting elicitation, definition is systematic approach to elicit business analysis information by asking relevant question and documenting the response from a person or a group of people. One-on-one interview are the most common. Interviews can be synchronous, asynchronous, conduct face-to-face or through video conferencing. Okay. Then types could be structured interview, unstructured interview. Success could be interviewers' domain knowledge, experience, and skills for documenting the discussion. Interviews, readiness, degree of clarity about the goal of interview, rapport of an interviewer with the interview. The constraints are significant time is required to plan and conduct interviews. Then whenever we conduct interview, following are the elements of the interview. So during the planning, we need to define the goals, we need to communicate goals, identify interviewees. During the execution, we need to design the questions, closed-ended questions, 5 Y1H, open-ended questions, arrange logistics, flow open during close. So these are all different type of questions. Like you can ask closed-ended questions, open-ended. You can keep it open in the beginning or during the flow, but at the end you need to keep it close-ended so that you can reach out to result. You can keep it like objective questions. You need to arrange logistic. All those are the element of interview, and for the follow-up you need to organize and confirm the result. Okay.
Yep.
Then coming to the conduct elicitation using mind mapping overview. So in the mind mapping elicitation technique, you start with any specific node, then go to the next, then you need to figure out further branches. You feel that it is going in the right direction. Okay.
I know my mind mapping. Yeah.
Great. Then for conducting elicitation, that's how it is need to be done. There are different tools which are being used to do that. Then while we are conducting elicitation, we need to work with the following stakeholders, which includes customer, end user, other stakeholder, domain SME, sponsors, and implementation SMEs. Okay. Here, other stakeholders are generally those for which if you need any specific information, which needs to be fetched out from outside of the planned list of stakeholder. Okay. Then confirm elicitation result. So as we discussed earlier in the elicitation exercise, whatever the different elicitation way and techniques, we draw down the result of the elicitation on the basis of our understanding. We draw it out and then we do the documentation of elicitation results. But those elicitation results are not confirmed yet, because it might be possible that our understanding of those elicitation result is different what the respective stakeholder wants to communicate. Hence, we need to document it and then send it to the respective stakeholder to confirm it, that yes, it is being documented with the right context. Okay. Hello?
Right. Yeah, right, yeah.
So that's why we need to confirm the elicitation result. So purpose is check gathered information, confirm accuracy and consistency with other information. Input will be the result of elicitation, which is unconfirmed, and output will be the confirmed elicitation results. Okay.
Yeah.
Then confirm elicitation results element. So first we need to against the source information with other elicitation results.
How do you confirm then with the stakeholder, or what? How does the process look like? The confirmation process?
So a process differ with the way of elicitation as well. So for example, you have elicited the certain information from different document analysis, right?
Yeah.
So once it is being done, then you need to document it, and then you need to get the confirmation from the respective stakeholder who owns that process. So for example, you have analyzed the sales data. Hello.
Yes, yes.
So you analyze the sales data and you draw down some observation out of sales data. Then you need to share that sales data with the sales department, that following observations are coming out from the sales data of last 1 year. Then sales respective stakeholder in the sales department should confirm it, reason being that it might be possible due to some glitch in the system, due to some wrong calculation in the system, or due to any uncertainty. That's why it is being phased out and then need to be confirmed with the respective stakeholder, whoever is the right stakeholder. It will change in the workshop or interview type of work. It will again change in the POC kind of exercise, that how confirmation need to be done. Okay. So if we are doing POC for a specific set of user and we have draw down on a certain observation, then we might need to do certain interview with a couple of stakeholder out of this set of stakeholder which is being used for that POC, so that we can confirm the result, elicitation results. Okay.
Right.
Next is confirm elicitation results, elicitation activity plan, then existing business analysis. So we need to make sure that both of the things are used as a guideline and tools for confirming elicitation result. It is as per the plan and it is as per the existing business analysis way. Confirm elicitation result techniques. So these are the 4 techniques. Either we can do document analysis, we can do interviews, we can do reviews, we can workshops. So just one more example. For example, you elicited some of the findings during the interview. Okay. You can confirm these findings using document analysis as well. So it is always not the persona who will confirm the results of elicitation. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Next is techniques. So confirm an elicitation results with existing documents, conduct review of elicitation results and solicit feedback. Then confirm elicitation results stakeholders. So it could be domain SME, it could be knowledge, it could be experience, it could be expertise, it could be any stakeholder. Okay. Do you want examples?
No, it's fine, I think. No.
Okay. Then communicate business analysis information. So while you are communicating business analysis information, stakeholders have a shared understanding of business analysis information. That is the purpose. So whenever we did the elicitation exercise, we figured out the results of the elicitation, then we confirm those results. Once results are confirmed, we need to share the confirmed result across the business so that there is a shared understanding between the stakeholder about the business analysis information which is being done. Okay.
Right.
So to do that, first you need to do the you need to gather the business analysis information. Then one is business analysis information and another is stakeholder engagement approach. Both will be used as an input, and output will be business analysis information being communicated with all the stakeholder, that everyone is on the same page. Then communicate business analysis information elements. So following are the elements like determine objective and format of communication, form of package, maybe formal document, informal document, or presentation, or depend on the business analysis approach like predictive or adaptive. Communicate business analysis packages. Following are the guidelines and tools for communicating business analysis information. You need to take the guideline from business analysis approach and information management, which is being defined earlier. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Then communicate business analysis information techniques. So techniques can be interviews, reviews, or workshop. This can be the techniques to communicate the business analysis information. Interview will communicate the information, reviews business analysis information, build consensus and seek approval. Then communicate business analysis information to stakeholders. So for common understanding, end user, domain, SME, subject implementation, SAP, SME, all stakeholder, tester, and customer. Okay. Manage stakeholder collaboration. Purpose is encourage stakeholder to work toward a common goal. Stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment are the input for stakeholder collaboration, and stakeholder engagement will be done as the output of this exercise. Following are the elements: gain agreement on commitments, timely commitments, resource commitments, monitor stakeholder engagement, monitor the participant and performance of the stakeholder, monitor for risk related to the stakeholder engagement, collaboration, maintain the free flow of information, promote shared effort to resolve problem, achieve desired result. Now manage stakeholder collaboration. So following are the guidelines and tools for managing stakeholder collaboration: business analysis, future state description. So business analysis approach will describe the level of engagement. Future state description define the desired future state and expected value, so that they collaborate by seeing the future state description. Then recommended action provide actions to earn the support and focus of stakeholder. Because if you don't tell them that what kind of actions are required for respective stakeholder, then it might be possible that you will not get the right output. So define it in the initial only. Business objective provide the direction toward the future state, so that at least directionally all the stakeholders are aligned. From risk analysis perspective, provide actions to ensure stakeholder collaboration. Okay.
Mhm.
Manage stakeholder collaboration through various techniques like collaborative games, lessons learned, risk analysis and management, stakeholder list, map, or personas. Those are the techniques to actively engage the stakeholder and collaborate with them. Collaborative game will enable for teamwork and collaboration. Lessons learned will stakeholder satisfaction and dissatisfaction. Risk analysis and management will stakeholder participation and engagement risk. And finally, from the stakeholder list, you can manage who need to be involved. So in stakeholder collaboration, we need to make sure that following stakeholders are involved during the change. So sponsor should be there, end user should be aware, collaborated well. Domain SME should collaborate, implementation SME should collaborate, and customer. These are the mandatory ones, and other stakeholder, if any specific other stakeholder is needed for that specific business analysis. Otherwise, remaining are the mandatory one. Otherwise, the outcome will not be expected. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So that's all on the second knowledge area, elicitation and collaboration. Now we are on the third one, requirement lifecycle management.
Okay.
Okay, let's move ahead with this knowledge area.
So in this course, we will go through all 6 of the areas, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
We are
And
already
this-
running behind. We need to cover the knowledge areas today.
All of them? All 6?
So if not 6, then at least 4, 5. So we are already running behind from this schedule.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on.
Maybe sometimes you don't need to explain it in detail, because many of these parts I use in my daily work anyway. I mean, you don't need to explain what an interview is, right? Or I don't know, mind mapping or so, because I know that, right? But maybe I can tell you them.
Okay. Thanks for providing that input. I will run a bit faster.
Sure, yeah.
So that if anything is, if you need more detail on any specific things, then please call it out so that I can stop and explain it.
What's the plan for day 2 and day 3? Do you have a plan there, or what's the content there?
So sequentially, the complete content is being defined accordingly. If you need it, I can share it separately if you need the plan.
That would be great, yeah, just so I know what the structure of this course will be. Yeah.
Okay. So I will share for the tomorrow. Okay.
That would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Let's move ahead.
Yeah.
So third one is the requirement lifecycle management. In requirement lifecycle management, first we need to trace the requirement. then assess change to the requirement, then maintain requirement and approve requirement, and finally prioritize the requirement. Okay. In trace requirement, if we need to travel the journey from information to our requirement. That's what we need to cover. So in the elicitation, we have the right set of information. So in elicitation and collaboration, it start the status of elicitation result is unconfirmed, then confirm elicitation results. The results are confirmed. Update status of elicitation results, i.e. requirement or design, all other knowledge areas. To update the elicitation result status, know the origin of the requirement or design, know whether one requirement is related or has dependency with other requirement, know which solution component fulfill the requirement, know which test case will verify the functionality of the solution, know what will help you in assessing change to the requirement. So in elicitation and collaboration, we will have the raw information, and on the basis of that raw information, we need to figure out that what is our requirement. So that is the journey we need to travel from information to defining the requirement accordingly. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Then in the introduction, as a business analyst, we need to trace the requirement, we need to prioritize, we need to reuse, assess the requirement, approve the requirement, allocate the requirement, and invested to be maintained throughout the project of life cycle, and design and recommended appropriate actions. Okay, it is quite a common thing.
Right. Yeah.
In introduction, the requirement lifecycle management knowledge area describes the task that the business analyst perform in order to manage and maintain the requirement and design information from the point of inception till requirement. It includes tracing, prioritizing, maintaining, and approving. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, all these concept, how this concept model will apply in the requirement lifecycle management. So in the need, we need to trace, prioritize, and maintain the requirement. Then stakeholder work closely with key stakeholder. We need to work with the closely with the key stakeholder for the respective requirement. Then we need to maintain the requirement for reuse. We need to support tracking and prioritization activities, trace requirement and design to solution component, and evaluate requirement and design for the change perspective as well. Okay. Now, I hope you able to understand that concept model now, that how it is applying in the different knowledge areas.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So following are the tasks of the requirement lifecycle management: tracing, maintaining, prioritizing, assessing the change, and approving the requirement. Input element for the requirement management is inputs are requirement and design. Tasks are tracing, maintaining, prioritizing, assessing, and approving. And output is requirement, which is being traced, maintained, and prioritized, and design, which is being traced, maintained, and prioritized. So these are the two output of this knowledge area. Okay.
Yeah.
So finally, on the basis of that, once we got these two output, we need to do the requirement change assessment and design change assessment on the basis of this complete information from tracing to the requirement. Okay.
Yep.
And requirement approved, design. Finally, requirement will be approved and design will be approved. When we tracing the requirement, then the purpose is ensure requirement and design at different level are aligned to one another, manage effect of change. Inputs are requirement design, output are traced requirement, traced designs. When we are tracing the requirement, then initially we will get very high level requirement. So when we forward the traceability, we need to make it low level. Then from the backward traceability, we need to go to the origin as well. So these are the element for the traceability of a requirement. We need to consider value that each traceability link delivers, use of specific relationship created, effort increase with number of requirement and level of formalities. We need to derive one requirement is derived from another requirement. So we need to map it as a derived requirement. Is it if any requirement is done, then we need to map it as a solution component are implemented against this requirement. If it is dependent, then we need to take it as a dependent requirement. If any requirement need to be, if it's implemented and validated against the test cases, then we need to take it accordingly. Hope you did all of this activity in the Jira, so you are aware about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So tracing requirement following are the guidelines and tools. We need to take care of we need to understand the domain knowledge, information management approach, legal or regulatory information, requirement management tools or repository. We discussed all of these during the approach definition and requirement management. Okay. In tracing requirements, following are the techniques: business rule analysis, tracing the requirement to the business rules, process modeling, functional decomposition, or scope modeling. So either you can do the scope modeling, and on the basis of that you can do the create the traceability. If you are doing it in the functional decomposition level, then you can capture the high level functional requirement, and then you can create the traceability accordingly, so that it will narrow down to the functional requirement. Similarly for process modeling and business rule analysis as well. For business analyst, following are the stakeholder for tracing requirement: domain SME, implementation SME, operational support team, project manager, tester, customer, supplier, end user, and sponsor. To maintain the requirement, the purpose is maintain accuracy and consistency of the requirement, support reuse of requirement. Input of it is requirements design. So whatever the requirement and design which are being elicited and confirmed during the elicitation will work as the input for maintaining the requirement, and finally output will be the maintained requirement and maintained design. Maintained requirements are so we need to track following elements for all these requirements. For example, maintaining requirement, we need to make sure that it is correct, it is accurate. The correctness of the requirement being maintained, accuracy, relationship, all should be there. And we should also need to maintain the attributes like what is the source of that requirement, category, requested by, created by, updated by, what is the priority, complexity, status, target, date, reusability, etc. Reused requirements should be tagged very clearly and define and store, so that we can reuse the existing requirements efficiently. Then in maintaining requirement, following are the guidelines and tools: information management approach and manage requirement for reuse. So we just need to follow the information management approach to manage the requirement and reuse it. In the techniques to maintain the requirements is business rule analysis, data flow diagram, data modeling, process modeling, use case and scenario, user stories, document analysis, and functional decomposition. Have you used all of them?
The last one, functional decomposition, what's that?
Apart from functional decomposition, all of them are used, right?
I think so, yeah. The
Okay.
last one, I don't know.
So let me explain the functional decomposition in that case. So if there is any high level requirement which is coming from any specific function, for example, marketing department give a very specific requirement for their function that we need to manage the marketing collateral. So now it is very broad requirement. So we can do the functional decomposition of that requirement, that what needs to be managed, what are the key users for those collaterals, how to manage the authority of those, and all those can be divided into multiple requirement, and then you can create the user stories and map it with the single epic of that functional requirement, which is being decomposed into multiple requirements. Okay. Okay, let's move ahead. Maintain requirements. So following are the techniques to maintain the requirement. So we discussed business rule, analysis, use case and scenario, data flow diagram, user stories, data modeling, process modeling. Identify which business rules, information flow, data structure, process, and requirement are reusable. Document analysis or functional decomposition. Following are the stakeholders for maintaining the requirement. Domain SME, tester, operational support team, regulators, etc. Now let's come to the prioritization part of the requirement. So in the prioritization, the purpose is to rank the requirement in order to relative importance to maximize the value delivery. Input is the requirements designs, output is the prioritized requirement, prioritized designs. It is very much needed so that we can figure out that what needs to be developed first. Okay.
Right. That's pretty clear, actually. Yeah.
Great. So following are the elements for prioritizing the requirement. Factors are benefits, penalty, cost, risk, dependency, time sensitivity, stability, regulatory or policy compliance. Challenges are relative value, stakeholders. Process is ongoing. Guideline and tools are business constraints, change strategy, domain knowledge, governance approach, requirement architecture, requirement management tools, and repository solution scopes. Following are the guidelines and tools we need to make sure. Then we come to the technique part in requirement prioritization. Following are the techniques: backlog management, interviews, business cases, workshops, decision analysis, risk and analysis and management, estimation, time tracking, financial analysis, and prioritization. I hope you used most of them.
Yeah.
For the prioritization. Now, assigning weights from 1 to 9 to factor benefit, penalty, cost, and risk associated to a feature, derive total value using the formula as defined by Carl Weber in relative. Backlog management. So here is the overview of the backlog management. So for backlog, you need to make the record, you need to track them, prioritize remaining work items. Item at the top have the highest business value and priority. In backlog management, what work should be formally included, how to describe the work items, how to track the work items, how to periodically review and prioritize the work item in relation to all other items, how to select the work items to work on, how to remove the work items. So following things are the part of the backlog management. Now in the backlog, what are the elements of the backlog management? Then items in the backlog like use cases, user stories, change requests, defects, maintenance, work record, documentation, work reports, functional requirement, non-functional requirement. And when you do the prioritization or estimation, new or change requirement are identified, added to the backlog and ordered value, ordered relative to other items already there. Managing changes to the backlog. Always emerging items are removed when they are completed or it is decided not to work on the item. Prioritize requirements. So when you prioritize the requirement, you need to focus the cost and effort, support decision making, iterative process, communicate constraint, communicate assumptions. So following things are very much needed and being used on regular basis for prioritizing the requirement. Right? In the prioritized requirement estimation, elements are following. For example, you can do top-down estimations, you can do bottom-up, you can do parametric estimation, rough order of estimation, rolling wave, Delphi, 3-point estimations, program evaluation and review, accuracy, source, precision, reliable rendering. So all those are the estimation elements which can be considered during the estimations. Prioritize requirements top versus down. So analogous estimation and expert judgment used when quick estimates are required with low level of accuracy, fast no need to decompose work in greater detail, less costly to create and good for similar project. Low level of accuracy requires expertise in historical data. In 3-point or parametric or analogous estimation, estimates require high level of accuracy. High level of accuracy, better team buy-in and commitment based for complex projects provide more accurate baseline to track. Takes more time and incurs more expense. Work need to be defined in great detail. In 3-point average and PERT estimation, optimistic, most likely, pessimistic. Optimistic is best case, pessimistic is worst case. Triangular distribution estimate based on 3 points. Optimistic, most likely, pessimistic. Final estimation is the average of the estimate. This is how we do the 3-point average. Evaluation, its mortgage part is also referred as beta distribution or double triangular distribution.
Okay.
So in 3-point, you need to add all 3 divided by 3. In PERT, you need to include optimistic plus 4 into most likely plus pessimistic divide by 6. So pessimistic minus optimistic divide by 6. So that's how it has been done. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Then prioritize requirement overview. So once requirement is prioritized, provide a framework for the business analyst to facilitate stakeholder decision to understand the relative importance of business analysis information. Importance of business analysis information is based on value, risk, difficulty of implementation. Business analysts revisit priorities when changes occur in the business environment, the stakeholder needs. Following are the approaches. Grouping. So business analysis information is classified into categories such as high, medium, and low priority. Ranking is also one of the techniques. Business analysis information is ordered based on relative importance. Time boxing or budgeting. Business analysis information is prioritized based on the amount of work a project team can deliver in given time or budget. Negotiation requirements are prioritized based on the consensus among the stakeholders. Time tracking is used to capture and assign responsibilities for issues and stakeholder concern. Viable stakeholder concern is classified into specific item types. Item types are action, assumption, constraints, dependencies, defect, enhancement, and issues. Items are assigned to one or more stakeholder who are responsible for its resolutions. Item tracking may be shared with the stakeholder to ensure transparency and visibility in the system. Okay. Now let's jump the other part. Item identifier. So following are the key element of the prioritized requirement. You are already using all those attributes in your Jira.
I think so, yeah. That's nothing. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Then once requirement is prioritized, then you need to discuss it with the following stakeholders to prioritize it. Then we need to assess requirement changes. So once requirement is prioritized and it is changing, then we need to assess the change. So evaluate the implication of proposed change to requirement and design. Proposed input would be proposed changes existing requirement plus existing design, and on the basis of that, a requirement change assessment being done and design change assessment being done as output. Following are the element of the change assessing the requirement change. Predictive approach, adaptive approach. This can be the assessment formality. Impact of analysis review related to component, assess impact by considering benefit, cost, schedule, impact, and impact. All proposed changes need to be approved, rejected, or deferred. All impact and resolution are documented and communicated to the stakeholder. Here are the guidelines and tools for requirement change. So change strategy, domain knowledge, governance approach, legal or regulatory information, requirement architecture, solution scope, etc. Following techniques are used to assess the requirement change. Either first, you need to do the business case. Business case is one of the technique to assess the requirement change so that you can do the cost benefit analysis. Estimation is another one, financial analysis, risk analysis and management, workshop and interview, document analysis, interface analysis, business rule analysis, item tracking, decision analysis, etc. So following are the stakeholders which are required to assess the requirement changes. So definitely it is a complete list, but you need to consult with the respective stakeholder who are going to impact with the change in the requirement. Okay.
Yeah.
Then finally it comes to the approve requirement. So once assessment of change in requirement is done, then we need to do to approve it. So to obtain agreement on requirement and design, to obtain approval, sorry, it is copy pasted. So basically it is to obtain the obtain agreement and approval on the requirement and design. So inputs are verified requirement and verified design, and once it is being used, then the whole purpose is to get the approval and agreement on those requirements. So those in approve requirement, we need to understand the role, who need to be involved in decision making, who are authorized for sign off, issue management, resolve conflict, build consensus, make a stakeholder understand, gain consensus, facilitate communication between stakeholders. They may have different viewpoint and conflicting priorities. Track and communicate approval. Obtain approval from stakeholder, record the approval decision, maintain change law. Following are the guidelines and tools for approving the requirement. We need to follow the governance approach. We need to follow the change strategy. We need to follow legal or regulatory information, requirement management tool, repository, and solution scope. We need to make sure that following guidelines are complying with the change in the requirement. Here are the techniques for approving the requirement: acceptance and evaluation criteria. So we can define the acceptance and evaluation criteria, and on the basis of that it can be approved. We can do decision analysis, item tracking, reviews, or workshop. So these are the acceptance and evaluation criteria overview. So an acceptance criteria used to define the requirement, outcome, or condition that must be met in order to consider solution to be acceptable to the key stakeholder. Minimum set of requirements that must be met. It's typically used when only one possible solution is being evaluated. Evaluation criteria used to assess a set of requirements in order to choose between multiple solutions. maybe post performance, usability, performance, etc. Okay. Here are the strength and limitation of the acceptance and evaluation criteria. All requirements are testable against acceptance criteria. Agreement upon acceptance criteria required. Acceptance criteria is necessary in case of contractual obligation. Evaluation criteria assist in the delivery of potential value. Evaluation criteria helps in defining priority. Limitation is acceptance criteria may express contractual obligation. Achieving agreement on evaluation criteria for different needs can be challenging. Here are the elements of acceptance and evaluation criteria. Value attributes, so usability, security, reliability, scalability, performance, availability of a specific feature, ability to perform specific operation. It is testability is user accepted testing, measure, continuous or discrete scale. Following are the stakeholder to approve the requirement. So this all in the requirement management is a knowledge area.
Okay.
Right. So next is the strategy analysis. We
Yeah.
have half hour more. Do you want to continue or what to do?
Maybe a small break.
Okay, so let's take a quick small break and then we'll continue so that we can complete at least strategy analysis on today. Is it fine?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Let's connect back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, I am back.
Okay, great. Should we start?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay, so I'm starting on knowledge area, strategy analysis. So the strategy analysis knowledge area describes the business analysis work that must be performed to collaborate with the stakeholder in order to identify a need of strategic or tactical importance, enable the enterprise to address that need and align the resulting strategy for the change with higher and lower level strategies. So as we discussed earlier, Vanu, strategic analysis is more outside in, while we do the elicitation, it is more inside out. Because here we are implementing the strategic thing and aligning the stakeholder that why it is needed. While in the elicitation, we are asking for the requirement from the stakeholder and then finding the overall solution as per their requirement. Are you with me?
Yeah, just the connection
Hello?
is. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now you are audible. Now you are audible.
The connection is sometimes really bad. I'm not sure why. But I can hear you.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Is it 204?
Yes, 204.
Okay, great. Should I repeat or should I continue?
You can continue, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So in business analysis, value spectrum, requirement analysis and business and design definition, and requirements and design, solution evaluation, proof of concept, for prototype, pilot or beta, operating. So all those will infuse in this via strategy analysis and using potential value by defining need and solution scope. So this is the value spectrum for the strategy analysis. Now we discuss over the concept model of business analysis for strategy analysis. Then in context, it is considered the context of the enterprise in developing a change strategy, because it is coming from top to down, right? So that's why it is coming from enterprise in developing to the change strategy. Then from the value perspective, you examine the potential value of the solution to determine if change is justified. In stakeholder, collaborate with stakeholder to understand the business needs, develop a change strategy that meet those needs. In solution, define the scope of a solution as part of developing the change strategy. Identify needs within the current state and prioritize need to determine the desired future state. And change, define the future state and develop a change strategy to achieve the future state. As you can see that in strategy analysis, all of them is coming from top to down.
Right.
Following are the tasks of under strategy analysis. We need to analyze the current state. We need to define the future state. We need to assess the risk while going from current state to future state, and we need to define the change strategy so that when we go from current state to future state, change strategy is in place on which by using which we will do the change management. Okay. In analyzing the current state, understand the business need and current state to set a baseline and context for the change. Defining future state, define future goals, identify the part of the enterprise that needs to be changed, assess risk, understand the uncertainties, recommend actions to address risk. In defining change strategy, perform a gap analysis, assess option for reaching the future, recommend the highest value approach. Following are the inputs for the strategy analysis. It includes needs, elicitation results which are confirmed, business requirement, business objective, then potential value, requirements which are prioritized, current state description, future state, risk analysis, stakeholder engagement approach. And on the basis of using following tasks, following are the outputs. Current state description, business requirements will be defined, business objective, future state description, and potential value will be described. After assessing the risk, we will put the risk analysis results as well. And in change strategy, we'll get the change strategy and solution scope. Okay.
Yeah.
To analyze the current state, the purpose of this task is to understand why an enterprise needs to change, how it operates, what would be affected by the change. Context for change would be existing stakeholder, process, technology, policies, market conditions. We need to check all those so that change would be smooth and we cover the exhaustive context of the change. Okay. The input for analyzing the current state would be needs and elicitation results, and output would be current state description and business requirement on the basis of current state description. Following are the elements of analyzing the current state. Business need and include problem of strategic relevance, identified following level top down, bottom down, middle management, external, other sources. Org structure and culture. Org structure represent the lines of communication. Org culture is the value structure and operating norms. Capability and processes. Capabilities are essential function of an organization. Processes support business functions. Then the information system used to execute process. Infrastructure comprise of the functional of the physical components. Policies for guiding decision making, support governance, guiding behavior and actions. Business architecture, different element of the current state support each other in an organization. Internal asset, tangible and intangible asset of an organization. External influence outside the organization imposing constraint on the current state. Following are the guidelines and tools. So business analysis approach, solution limitation, solution performance goal, stakeholder analysis result, enterprise limitation, organizational strategy, solution performance measure. All those are the guidelines and tool which needs to be taken care during the analyzing of current state. So functional decomposition is one technique to analyze the current state. So in functional decomposition, it is the process of breaking down the system into function, processes, areas, or deliverable into subcomponent. Benefit, it helps manage complexity and reduce uncertainty. It helps in analyzing each part independently. It allows scaling, tracking, measuring work effort, and evaluation of the success of each subcomponent. We discussed the functional decomposition earlier as well. Hello?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
In analyzing current state, representing decomposition results, it includes tree diagram, nested diagram, case diagram, flow diagram, notation, transition diagram. So we can create all those diagram and then we can pick the different nodes for the development so that it can be done sequentially. Then analyzing the current state. Here are the elements of the functional decomposition. So designing, analyzing, estimating and forecasting, reusing, measuring and managing, optimizing, substituting, encapsulating. Subject of decomposition will be business outcome, work to be done, business processes, functions, business units, solutions, solution components, activities, product and services, and decision. So these are the way of doing the decomposition. Either we can do the decomposition on the basis of outcome, that following outcome is needed, hence the decomposition is being done accordingly. Similarly, we can do it by the business process, that there are 10 business processes in that specific function. So let's do it by business process, pick one by one. So accordingly, these are the other different subjects by which we can do the decomposition. Okay. Then examples like course administration is one of the thing in which there are three things. Course enrollment is one, course completion is another, course attendance is another. Now again, course enrollment is breakdown into two parts: course registration, course payment. Then course completion also break down into two: course assessment, course certification. Now we can pick it the linear one or the horizontal one, vertical or horizontal way, that how we want to develop, how we want to enable the functionality. So accordingly, we can pick it for the development perspective.
Okay.
Similarly, the further example of the same thing. Here is the process analysis overview. So if we analyzing the process of the current state, then process is a systematic series of action or steps taken to achieve a particular end. Process analysis is used to assess a process for efficiency, effectiveness, and to identify opportunity for change. It is used for recommending a more efficient process, determining gap between the current and future state, understanding factor to be included in a contract negotiation, understanding how data and technology are used in a process, analyzing the impact of pending changes to the process. It is quite common, and I hope you are already using in your current day-to-day job to assess the process, because most of the time we need to assess, and if we can automate certain part of the process directly via software, so that we can reduce it as a manual work.
Definitely, yeah.
Then process analysis, there are different way of process analysis. CPOC is the one, is a systematic series of actions or steps taken to achieve a particular end. So CPOC is supplier, input, process, output, or customers. So that is the process analysis process from different perspective. Then in CPOC, internal or external to the organization, following things are included. So in supplier, training the company, inputs, trainer, workshop material, experts. In process, conducting the training. So when conducting the training, one or more in number, material, service, all these will be included. And output would be knowledge. So customers like employee, participants, etc. So that's how it is being done.
Yep.
Analyzing current state, root cause analysis. So the following are the points to do the root cause analysis to analyze the current state. For example, used to identify and evaluate the underlying causes of the problem. Focuses on the origin of the problem. The cause of the problem could be people, physical, or organizational. Can be used for reactive or proactive analysis. Helps maintain an objective perspective. May be difficult to use for solving complex problems. So techniques used for root cause analysis: fishbone diagram, Ishikawa, cause effect diagram, questioning process with 5 whys. So main activity in root cause analysis is problem statement definition, data collection, cause identification, and action identification. Hope you used all these techniques for the root cause analysis. Have you?
No. Fishbone diagram.
So fishbone diagram is basically one linear line, and on which we do the multiple ticking, where we can mention then that what could be the possible reason, and by defining all of them we will identify the root cause for a specific problem. It is being detailed it is being explained in detail in BABOK as well, and we might also discuss the fishbone diagram in further slides.
Okay.
So this one, it is also looking like a fishbone. So this how. So if you remove the further nodes on each of the tangent type of node, then it looks like fishbone. But no worries, we will discuss it later on. So root cause analysis elements are there. Either it is main, material, machine, method. What was so problem statement is my tea was cold. So it could be like method. Accessing time has been taken, that's why tea got cold. Or it could be a machine problem. Kettle was not working, was fuse, plug was not working. So similarly, it could be categorized into multiple way, and then we can detail out that what could be the possible reasons.
Okay.
Then analyze current state. Following stakeholders would be there to analyze into current state. It is quite common.
Yeah.
Then definition of the future state. In defining the future state, to determine the set of necessary condition in the business need. Input of defining the future state would be business requirement, business objective, future state description, and potential value. On the basis of that, we will define the output as business analyst needs to ensure that future state of the enterprise is well defined, feasible for implementation, agreed upon by the key stakeholders. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, in the elements, following are the elements of the future state definition. Business goals and objectives should be there. Scope of the solution space, constraints should be there. Organizational structure and culture, capability and processes, technology and infrastructure. Policies should align. Business architecture should support. Internal assets should be there. Identify assumptions assumptions should be identified, and potential value should be there for the future state. Now defining the following are the guidelines and tool for future state definition. So provide the context within which work need to be completed. Metrics and KPIs determine if the future state has been achieved. Organizational strategy describe the path to achieve the desired future state. So following things need to be defined before going for the or work as a guideline for the future state definition. Balance scorecard is another technique which is used to define the future state. So in future state, using balanced scorecard is a strategic performance management tool, is supported by design methods and automation tool, is used by managers to keep track of the execution of activities and monitor the consequences arising from these actions, is used to manage performance in any business model, organizational structure, or business processes. Dimension of BSC, learning with growth, customer, business processes, and financials. So it is a combination of these all four that basically in balanced scorecard we take the quantitative linked to strategy and easily understood by a stakeholder. Following measures should be there, so we consider all these four items in the dimension of BSC. Okay.
Right.
Following are the elements of balanced scorecard: learning with growth, so employee training, product service innovation, corporate culture. From customer perspective, customer focus, satisfaction, delivery of value. From financial revenue growth should be visible, added economic value. From business process perspective, enterprise performance, product meeting customers' need should be there. And the balanced scorecard allowed the organization to establish a monitoring process and measuring progress against the objective and to adapt the strategy as needed. Evaluation scorecard can be used to at multiple levels within an organization. Another technique is benchmarking and market analysis. So benchmarking and market analysis is used to improve organizational operations, to increase customer satisfaction, to increase value to the stakeholder. Is time consuming, benefits are is time consuming, is expensive, requires expertise. Benchmarking may be performed against a standard for compliance. Result may initiate change within an organization. Market analysis involves researching customer in order to determine the product and service that they need. Hence, determining when to exist a market may be used to determine viable alternatives for an enterprise partnering, merging, or divesting. So generally, when we do benchmarking and market analysis, we do the benchmarking of the top player in the similar industry, so that we can do the benchmarking on the basis of that. So it is being done in there by 2-3 ways. One is doing the benchmarking with the top player of the industry, or doing the benchmarking on the top processes across the industry, so that we can bring the best out of all. So that's how benchmarking and market analysis is being done, and on the basis of that, plan is being created for the future step. Okay.
Okay.
So in benchmarking, basically we identify the areas to be studied, identify enterprise that are leader in the sector, conduct survey, gather information about capabilities using RFI, arrange visits, determine gaps between current and best practice, develop a project proposal for best practices. While in market analysis, we identify customer and understand their preference. Identify opportunities to increase value, identify competition, look for market trend, define appropriate business strategy, gather market data, then review data to determine trend and draw conclusion. So by the combination of both, we'll try to fetch best out of everywhere. Okay. Then next one is SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is doing the analysis on the basis of strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So analyze anything that the organization is doing well will be considered under strength. Actions or functions perform poorly or not perform will go under weaknesses. Opportunities are external factor that can be taken advantage of, and threats are external factor that can negatively impact. And by gathering all those points on following definitions, we do the SWOT analysis. It is used to evaluate an organization's strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. It can be performed at any level, individual to enterprise. The result of SWOT analysis provide a high-level view. A more detailed analysis is needed. Please read it once.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know this SWOT analysis. I've worked with it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Then here are a couple of examples that how SWOT analysis can be done. Any question?
No, I think it's fine. Yeah. We can continue.
Okay. Then the next one is business model canvas. So it describes how an enterprise create, deliver, and capture value for its customer. It can be used as diagnostic and planning tool for strategy and innovation. It is used to understand and optimize business model. It helps in understanding where the effort of various departments and work groups fit and align to the overall strategy of an enterprise. Limitations: it does not account for alternative measure of value such as the impact of social and environmental factor. Business model following are the elements of this business model canvas. Key partnership, sharing of proprietary information, technology to maximum value and minimize risk. Key activities includes activities critical to creation, delivery, and maintenance. Key resources include assets needed to execute activities, physical, financial, intellectual, human. Value propositions could be what a customer is willing to exchange for having his or her needs met. Customer relationship, customer acquisition, customer retention. Channels are communications oriented, delivery oriented. Customer segment based on common needs and attributes. Cost structure, every entity within an enterprise has an associated cost. Reducing cost may increase profitability. Revenue streams, ways of revenue coming in, one-time purchase and ongoing supports are two revenue streams. So Facebook, world's leading social networking site. So key partner is content partner, TV show, movie, music, news article. Key activities are platform development. So that's how we can visualize the business model canvas example for Facebook. Following are the stakeholders need to be considered while defining the future state.
Okay.
Now next is assessing the risk. So whenever we are assessing the risk, we need to understand the undesirable consequence of internal and external forces on the enterprise during a transition to the future state. Input would be business objective, elicitation results which are confirmed, influences, potential values, requirements which are prioritized. Risk analysis results provide an understanding of risk associated with achieving the future state and mitigation strategies. So assessing risk would be unknown historical informations, lessons learned, constraints, assumptions, dependencies, negative impact on value, risk tolerance, risk aversion, neutrality, risk seeking. Categories of recommendations would be pursue the benefit of a change regardless of the risk. Do not pursue the benefit of a change. Pursue the benefit of a change and invest on reducing risk. Increase the benefit of a change to outweigh the risk. So following could be the suggestion on the basis of risk assessments. Okay. Following are the guidelines and tools for risk assessment, identifying the risk starting point for the risk assessment. Business analysis approach will guide the business analyst to analyzing the risk, current state and future state used to determine associate risk. Change strategy, understand risk associated with the change. Business policies, defining the limit for making decisions. Stakeholder engagement, identify and assess potential impact. Here is the overview of risk analysis and management. So risk analysis and management is a systematic way of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, developing ways to deal with uncertainties. Risk management, ongoing activity of identifying new risk, monitoring identified risk appetite, risk tolerance level, risk averse, risk neutral. So these are the risk appetite on which we need to take the risk, like risk seeker, neutral, or averse. Following are the element of identifying the risk. First is identification. So ongoing activities describe the risk in a risk register. Analyzing the qualitative and quantitative analysis, understand the risk, estimate the likelihood of occurrence and impact. Compare in evaluation, compare the results with the potential value of the change, determine if the level of risk is acceptable or not. Treatment, acceptable or not. Negative risk, avoid, transform, mitigate, or accept. Positive risk, accept, exploit, enhance, or share. Residual risk, remaining risk on which a response treatment has been performed. Assign risk owner. Once risk response strategy or approach is finalized for each risk, at periodic interval, review and reanalyze the risk register. So here is one of the example of risk register, that what are the possible risks, what would be the consequence of this risk, how it will be triggered, what is the probability of getting it triggered, and what is the level of impact and risk level. And if it occurs, then who will be the owner of that risk to deal or mitigate that risk. So that's how we need to maintain the risk register. Well,
Yes,
should we move ahead?
that's just an example, right? Yeah.
Okay. So following are the stakeholders for assessing the risk. Again, it is quite similar. We need to consider all the stakeholders which are being considered in the business analysis project. And now let's discuss the change strategy. So purpose of the change strategy is develop and assess alternative approaches to change, select the recommended approach. Input would be current state, future state, risk analysis result, stakeholder engagement approach. By considering all this, you will create the change strategy and solution scope. So elements of the change strategy would be solution scope defines the boundaries of the solution. Gap analysis identifies the difference between current state and future state. Future capabilities. Enterprise readiness assess whether the enterprise is ready to use, sustain, and realize value from the solution. Change strategy is a high-level plan to transform the enterprise from the current state to the future state. Transition state and release planning determines which requirement to include in each phase or iteration of the change. Guidelines and tools for defining change strategy would be business analysis approach will define a change strategy. Design options, different way of satisfy the business need. Solution recommendation, identify solution and recommendation from subject matter experts. What is business capability analysis? Scope, business analysis, plan, business analysis. What does business do? Following things needs to be covered. In business capabilities are the building blocks to present a stable business function, are unique and independent, are abstracted from the organization and capture the business interest. Strengths assessing organization's ability to offer new product and service. Limitations require cross-functional collaboration in defining the capability model. Business capabilities would be the ability of an enterprise to perform or transform something that helps achieve a business goal or objective. Impact on value would be through increased or decreased revenue, improving service, or achieving compliance. Performance expectation capabilities can be assessed to identify explicit performance expectation. A related risk would be business risk, technology risk, organizational risk, or market risk. At the strategic level, capabilities should support an enterprise in establishing and maintaining a sustainable competitive advantage. Capability map, a model of the firm associating the business capabilities, processes, and functions required for